Welcome to our latest session of viewer levels. As we await the first submissions that will populate today's queue, we're going to be looking at something by one of the real standout makers from South Korea. This is Persia. And this is a recent creation, not so recent, okay, from last August or so, entitled Hairstylist Mario, where Hairstylist Mario will arrange people's hair. Enjoy! So yeah, Persia is a maker that I've kind of heard about in maker circles for some time, and whose creations I'm really looking forward to exploring in greater depth. But first of all, just to fantasize about the kind of thing that we were able to do before the pandemic was really in order, let's enter the barbershop. And hello, Meng. Good to see you here already. Okay, so we have a sad face. The sad face has this little crop top here with... Not crop top, that's an article of clothing. It has a little bit of a crop here, full of little munchers, and wants to be styled in this fashion. So it's going to be a little muncher, big muncher, and sad face is dreaming of that kind of haircut. So the idea is that I just jump over and gradually just treat this as a stacking problem. Okay, so I don't actually have to decide anything, I just have to go through the motions and hit switches. And hello, Glitch. The queue is empty. You can be first if you wish. Except Meng is going to get there ahead of you, so you can be second if you wish. And I'm going to completely flub the haircut here. And Glitch, thank you for Bloodborne First Hunt New Game Plus. As you may remember, I have not actually played Bloodborne, but I did play your previous level that was, I think, based off of one of the early zones. Unless it was one of the other Souls games I was thinking of. Whoops. Let's actually jump over that. Ah, this is the remake. And Taldir, good to see you here already with Crispy Chills Cavern. Looking forward to that. Okay. Let's pop up here. You fixed soft lock. Thank you, Glitch, for fixing the soft lock. And it was major cheese you had to remove. Okay. I am looking forward to taking a look at that. And yeah, I guess if you were going to clear check it again anyway, you might as well fix that bit with the clouds that I very amply demonstrated the last time we saw it. Okay, so now this guy says okay, because he's satisfied with his haircut. It's funny because this level was published last August, right around the time, coincidentally, that I got my first haircut of the pandemic, when things had finally opened up enough for me to do so. This sad face, however, is going to look for a slightly different style. Very fashionable, actually, but we'll try to go for the tip. It looks like they pay you a tip if you decide to go for something a little more precise. Good thing I hit the checkpoint before I decided to grab some extra income. That means, of course, that we can try again. This is almost certainly a bad idea. Oh yeah, it's a terrible idea. Okay. Never mind then. I think he's actually just kind of offering you the money, and that he doesn't actually pay you the money until you have done the haircut, and that the 50 coin is supposed to be deliberately out of reach. Green Heroes, welcome, and thank you for crumbling that manor. And let's see. Yeah, Glitch. I can't quite visualize the bomb cheese that you're describing just yet, but that's because I'm in the middle of playing this level, so maybe that will become clear when I get to you. And Taldir, you said the level you submitted is not yours. Okay. That's fine. We'll still pull it into sub-queue, because that is, of course, your privilege. Since it is not yours, I won't necessarily spend as long with it if it's something hard enough where I might get stuck. But we'll see how it goes. But thank you for submitting anyway. And we'll see what happens when we get there. Anyway, this guy's going to say, okay, yeah, I was right thematically that previously the 50 coin was just kind of dangled in front of you. And that you don't actually get paid until you have successfully concluded your business. Okay. Very sad face here, not very happy with her pigtails, I think. She wants something a little bit more fashionable. Okay. Let's take a look. And let's jump over. And, you know, just give it a little bit of a trim around the edge. And, okay, this is not what I was trained to do at barber school. But we'll just snip a little bit too close, and as a result, die. Which is not very professional. But hey, the customer apparently is always right. And we'll just have to go back down and try it again. Oops. Correction jump there could have gotten me into a world of trouble. And what's the level code? I will give it to you at the end, because I don't have it written down either. I will just have to punch it in chat. But yeah, Glitch, I would be happy to share this. And, okay, we missed True Ending. I don't know how we missed True Ending. We might have scouted around a little bit more, but since we have a few levels in queue, I think we may have to come back another time. Although, I don't know. I don't like missing the True Ending, and so we might have to scope around just a little bit more to see what it was we missed. And hello, Penguin Lord. So, Glitch, let me get you the code very quickly. And, yeah, dangling the secret room in front of me like that makes me wonder. Yeah, there definitely is some kind of secret, as you can see from the thing that says secret. But we have enough in the queue that I don't know if I'll hunt for it right this second. Usually I would take a little longer to hunt for this stuff, but it's true that we can't leave a customer unhappy, but each of the existing customers was technically happy. Right? Although, look at the second room. The second room seems to have some kind of block that's near the top. Maybe this is how we should do it, by looking at the second cut. Although, no, it was just a 50 coin that was in that position. Although there definitely is something in the top center. Let me share the code for Glitch, first of all. Just so you can take a look. And maybe we should try to go for that, except I don't really see how that might be reachable. You see what I'm saying there with the second, with the sad face panels? Definitely something in the top middle. Doesn't look like something like a door, though. So I wonder what that's about. Anyway, we can take a very quick peek. I'm not going to spend long on it, because we do have actual viewers to get to. And Penguin Lord, thank you for the re-upload of King of Bosses. It does look like another coin, and I don't see how it's reachable. But anyway, this guy actually lets you collect payment in advance, which is interesting. But let me just keep an eye out for the secret, because we might have missed something comparatively obvious. And we'll just have to find out what that is. Okay, so far so linear, so not much choice in terms of how we're going to get this done. And oh, interesting, I hadn't noticed before that when you land, it makes the OK sound effect. We should actually check the OKs. That's one thing that we haven't done, is actually try to platform over the OK lettering. Oops. That might, in fact, be the key. Whoops. Can't do it that way, of course. Have to actually cut momentum here. Whoops, there we go. Okay, nothing. But we might check the next OK text just in case. Because that looks like it might, in fact, be the thing to look for. Anyway, checkpoint here. We'll grab a checkpoint just in case. Really does seem like there was nothing up there, but... There you go. Look at that. So you do get to collect it. Oh, double payment. But there's nothing else here. Okay. So, that's very much a scanned the preview screen secret. And not very rewarding. The hardest part of the level is the OK, and we've only seen it in the first one. I should check the second one just to be absolutely sure. The other thing, too, is that we know that the secret at the end is guarded by a key. Possibly we need to kill something to obtain the key, and the way you would kill something is by, for example, double tapping an on-off switch so you clip one of the munchers through a block as it's falling. If we see a way to do that, by double tapping one of the on-off switches, then that would be a potential approach if there's a way to actually kill anything. Because it seems like I shouldn't be looking for something like a secret exit on the way over. What I should be looking for is some way to obtain a key. Unless, of course, the key door is just an exit from the secret room. Not exactly sure if it's an entrance or exit, but... Let's just check this guy. In case there was something we missed. I'm just going to do a little jump here in case there's a key buried in an invisible block somewhere, perhaps. Oops. Okay. That is, in fact, okay. Well, let's just check around here just in case we have a key in one of these blocks as we punch out the customer's eyes. Which is also not a very polite thing to do. Just going to check around a bit. For something like a key block. I don't know. I mean, we could always check up here. I think I would have trouble getting back down. That's alright. If we can't do it, we can't do it. But I think it would be worthwhile to just double check to make sure. Because I don't think it's a particularly signified secret in terms of giving us the information to notice where a key might be and make a reasonable guess. Anyway, that's alright, keep the change. Don't need to tip this round. I'm gonna check the central sections again in case that is again going to be relevant, but it seems not. It doesn't look like there will be any manipulation of the on-off state at checkpoint either. So it won't be something like that. But I wonder if it is going to be something like a muncher kill using on-off switches. So far, difficult to see if that can be the case. Oh, look at everything that was kind of knocked out as platform cut through. Oh, that's it. Okay, you actually do, in fact, need to poke the customer in the eye. And that is literally all there is to it. So, that's a lesson in barbershop professionalism for you. I don't know what this guy does, but we'll hijack that and collect the extra 50 coin tip, and that will pretty much be it. PHX 1138. Okay, hope those of you behind in queue are prepared to wait a bit, because we will likely be doing something comparatively difficult by Mang. And Mang, once again, if you have any recommendations, certainly welcome to send them over. Otherwise, we will just pick something. Looks reasonably appealing. You're sorry? That's okay. You're sorry that you don't have recommendations? Or, I mean, we could finally look at the kitty level that you had warned me about. Or at Womb Racer, which has a clear rate of 0.71. Okay, that's definitely within reach given time. Incredible backstory writing. I remember Supernova saying something about this one, but mostly we were just talking about ships that were in Her Majesty's service. Let's take a look at Womb Racer. 37 seconds, but a very low clear rate for that, so we have to be really on point, however this goes. So let's take a look and give it a reasonable amount of time, and maybe we will succeed. Okay. Looks like we need Thwomp momentum. We need to get on there quite a bit earlier in order to have enough speed. Yeah, trigger the Thwomp right away if I can. Get on it. Get on it. Okay. Very useful to have the tutorial jump right off the start. There we go, forward momentum. Not a Mang level without it. Yes, I see. I'm supposed to get on the jump block, and I have to figure out whether to do that from ahead or from behind, but we'll figure that out. I assume it's going to be... no, I do in fact need to get on in order to have any chance of reaching that block at all, so... Yep, pretty much as soon as I get on the moving stumps, I get enough of a push forward that I can afford to jump pretty much right away. Lots of momentum going forward. Whoops. Bumping my head on the stump is perhaps not recommended. And here we go. There we go. Spin jump. I said spin jump pretty much as soon as I did the regular jump. So, looks like we need a little bit of hand-to-brain coordination here to repair things like that. Okay, flowing pretty well so far. Zed, I don't completely trust that, but... I mean, we didn't actually need a Z marker for that first guy earlier. And we don't need one, I don't think, for the blue platform here, unless it's something to do with the jump height, keeping the jump height low, perhaps. I should do the Z, because the ceiling is going to be a little bit too low otherwise. Not here, of course. I was just kind of testing out what the arc would be. That's okay. We'll get back there and we'll try to follow instructions for once in our lives, even though I know that sometimes a Mang level can subvert expectations. Bumping my head along the way is perhaps not recommended. A short jump with a Z could actually get me back on top of the swamp, though, maybe. I don't know. I do know that the next target is going to be the blue flimsy lift. Lots of room for aerial adjustment on that jump, which is nice to see. I see. Okay, okay. I see how that works. I am not allowed to get over to the platform directly, but I can get back on the thwomp, which is useful information. So it looks like the Z marker was playing fair after all. And I don't actually expect these levels to ever be misleading. I do know that, you know, they don't over-indicate, which is always nice. Yeah, initially I didn't really notice that it was Cloud followed by Hard Block under the Munchers that are in that middle segment, because I wasn't watching that carefully. But now that I know that the purpose of the Hard Block there is to peel off the stumps, to clear the thwomp for a spin jump landing, I think I know how this is supposed to go. A little bit further, shouldn't be cutting momentum there. And we'll just learn this bit by bit. Okay. Not there, of course. Let's not get that mixed up. Up we go. And flowing pretty well so far. So I'm going to get on top of that platform, and then I will next aim for the mole. The mole has wings on it, and so it's going to survive 2 bounces. I think it's going to be get on the mole, curve around the left, get back onto the mole when it's at a lower level. But we'll have to see that when we actually get there, and see how the trigger actually behaves. Because there's a whole proximity-based thwomp mechanism to the right of the mole stack that I haven't really even seen yet. I have not really had a chance to see that in action. So we'll have to get there safely first. On top of the mole. On top of the mole. Okay, I need a short bounce off the mole. Otherwise I will not get back down in time to beat the auto-scroll. But of course first we have to get back there first. So, up we go. And yet really need to bounce off the stumps much as soon as I get on, otherwise too much momentum is lost. There's a very short window in which the forward momentum of the stumps is going to carry forward and behave in an additive fashion. So, let's get down here, back up, and do this all over again. I do need a bit of a medium bounce. Short bounce will not get me around a spike, but high bounce is definitely far too much, so there's going to be a little bit of adjustment there when it comes to jump height, at least from what I'm seeing so far. Could also be that I'm getting into that segment a little too late, and that beating the auto-scroll will take some more work. Okay, I did read that correctly, it's just that I didn't manage to get around that thwomp in time, having landed a little too close to it. So, okay, now I do understand how to adjust my way around a mole sequence and how to get out of trouble there before the auto-scroll comes in and squishes me. So, back up we go. And there we are. Very satisfying. Okay, I was aiming for the jump block and I just missed. And I suppose I will have to, on my way up, stay to the left of the thwomp, which is going to outpace me, and then get on top of the 3 mole area for probably a single landing. It's just kind of there to give me a 3-wide landing zone from what I'm reading. Yeah, too much of an adjustment there as I got onto the stumps near the end of that attempt. Okay. So yeah, basically it's the Tomb Train idea, but with more of a focus on the forward momentum that you get from the stumps tugging you. So far, and I know I shouldn't speak too soon about this sort of thing, so far this seems to be one of those levels that is easier than its clear rate suggests. Simply because I think a lot of people would die to just not engaging with the mechanic, and not thinking about momentum. So I'm less concerned about the clear rate than I was going in, even though we haven't really reached some of the harder content yet, I suppose. But yeah, I have to come up with a strategy there for getting accurately down to the jump block so we can recover our position. I think I do have to stay to the left of the swamp, but I'll have to get back there and plan that out. Left of the swamp like we do in this segment, which teaches you how such interactions are going to go. Z. So is there a backstory to why this is entitled Womb Racer? Because so far... whoops. So far, I haven't quite figured that out. Maybe there's a womb racer because when you are attempting a particularly challenging jump, you have to make a pregnant pause. But no, I really don't know the actual answer, but sometimes I just assume that the level titles that we see in some of these are just part of the creator's postmodern aesthetic. That there is a little bit of a nonsensical dataism involved from time to time, so just for the sake of being entertaining. So one command level is called Womb Racer. And that is worth knowing because if you want to play this, currently the thing in queue, if you type in current, is actually the maker code, not the level code. But this is a relatively recent one. It should be easy to find if you follow Mang's maker code to its logical conclusion. And Penguin Lord, you asked me what did I say? What did I say about what? I'm not exactly sure what you missed. Okay. Up we go. Looks like I should be able to get ahead of the swamp in that location with a short jump, but I'm not really sure about that. I feel like I'm not clear yet on whether I stay to the left or the right on that burst, and I'll just have to figure that out, because this segment here that I just passed kind of trained me to think in terms of staying to the left of the swamp, and I don't know if that's going to be correct when we see this setup here. Whoops. But of course, the stumps give you plenty of forward momentum, and if you are using the stumps' forward momentum to your advantage, the implication seems to be that falling to the right of the swamp would be the right idea when you're falling past it at that height. But I'll go back there and see if I can read how that goes. No, definitely left or right. I don't know, because there's actually plenty of room for mid-air adjustment there from what I can see. Also notice that everything here is built on the bottom half of the main world and uses the implicit scroll stop, so when you see something like the row of spikes that is on the top row in the ceiling, it is safe to assume, I think, that I will not be getting past that by trying to go over. Camera is just locked the way it usually is when you build on the bottom half alone. Okay. Yeah, trying to go left again. Looks like I cut too much momentum to make that diagonal accurately, so might try a few attempts to go forward in that segment and try to head in front of the swamp instead on the descent. But I still really don't know if that's right. Like I said, you get plenty of opportunity to change direction on your way down, but it seems like the diagonal angle that I was taking to approach that segment was a little too sharp for its own good, so forward we go. There we go. Except I need to stay ahead of the Thwomp, it seems, and I would have room to do so if I get onto Mole. And I would be able to get back on top of the Thwomp from the right. So I have a lot more flexibility in terms of heading forward horizontally than I thought I did. And I can actually careen ahead quite some distance and stay ahead of the Thwomp. Possibly on both ends, going down and going up. But we'll have to get back there and see if that is actually going to be true. Nope, spin jump here. Okay. Pop our way up. And forward. And miss. So yeah, I mean, not a lot of flexibility when it comes to how fast you're allowed to go, given that this is auto-scroll. So we do have a fairly accurate timing, I think, for how long this level is going to take from the record that is a little bit under 40 seconds. So I think it will be rather manageable so long as we don't have too many unwelcome surprises when it comes to difficult locations. But yeah, once again, I think every time you introduce momentum mechanics like this, you're bound to have some clear rate stat that are lower than they actually subjectively feel. Now, I did manage to get through quite a fair bit blindly that time to see a new part of the level. I just happened to miss the Thwomps when I was getting out of the cannonball, because my reaction time to the Thwomp movement on that last segment was not the best. And the level that you sent in took about 10 minutes to beat. Okay, I see. And Theorymon, welcome. Theorymon, we do not have Maker 1 plugged in, so I will only be able to see half of your finale creation there. And also, it's been a while since I've looked at my PDF of the idea book. I do have the physical idea book, but not on me, because like my Wii U, it is not in the same city right now. But I'm sure, Theorymon, that when we get around to the idea book parade, Maker 2 version, you'll be happy to explain anything that was inspired by Nintendo's original designs. And Mail64, welcome. Maker 1 level actually has an Easter egg if you played a Maker 2 level first. Excellent. So for those who don't know, what Theorymon just suggested, or submitted to the level queue rather, is something that has been in development for quite some time. To celebrate the end of uploads, not celebrate, but to commemorate the end of uploads, in Maker 1, Theorymon made 2 connected levels, one in Maker 1 and one in Maker 2, that actually refer to each other and contain passcodes to each other. And we're going to look at the Maker 2 version when it comes up in the queue later on in the day. So, of course, that partly depends on how much success we see with this series of setups here. So far, feeling pretty good though, feeling like we have a decent amount of progress, just with a lot of mistakes along the way. Okay. Ride this out. And miss. Alright. Up we go. And let's try this once again. No. I really can only afford to have one bounce on the Thwomp there, timing-wise. Otherwise we run into all kinds of problems. Okay, there we are. I felt like I was a little behind in terms of timing there anyway. Mail64, thank you for the Lake's Hidden Treasure. I feel like we had played that before, but I don't know if you just submitted a revision or if there's some other surprise that lies in store. I'm happy to look at revisions, of course, if you want me to look at that again. Also because there are multiple paths there, and I would be quite happy to see another path. If that is, in fact, the level that we had seen previously. So. But we'll worry about that when we get there. It's still some ways off yet. Yep, I need low jumps. Low jumps will take me to the moles in time, ahead of the swamp, and I know that because we have done that once successfully already. Okay, nice and high jump there. And let's get on. Make myself enough room to get ahead. And yep, had a little trouble there timing that because I wasn't confident at all in what the cannonball position was going to be. It is a revision. Okay, great, that's fine. So yeah, Mail64, I'm quite happy to look at multiple revisions of levels we have seen before here. We do plenty of beta testing, so looking forward to that. Might not explore the same paths this time, though. But, yeah, when we get there, we can certainly discuss whether you wanted me to look at anything specific. Okay, up we go. No, spin jump, I just missed. You always liked stumps on swamps, yes. Played lots of levels with that by now, but this one is much more momentum-oriented than this concept often is. It's definitely intended to go behind the swamp. Okay. I didn't know that because both times I've done it successfully, I went ahead. I could see, though, with that last attempt, Mang, that my camera positioning was already going to be a little bit risky, that I was too far forward to catch the cannonball accurately. Yeah, I kind of see that now. That if I get a full jump, maybe then I can have a better falling arc. Going down to the lower level, and then I don't have to worry so much about my distance relative to the swamp. So yeah, we can try it the other way. See if it works both ways. And I'll just see what feels more comfortable, because previously when I was trying to go to the left of the swamp, I had a little bit of trouble controlling my diagonal during the fall. Especially because a full jump there takes you high enough that you go off camera, and when I go off camera, I sometimes have a little bit of difficulty predicting how the fall is going to happen. Okay, here we are. Alright, let's try it the other way then. Yeah, you see here? Definitely having a little bit of trouble getting in position. Kimmy767, it's been a while. Welcome back. And looking forward to your submission of Pepper Pleb Plains, rather. Pepper Pleb Plains. We can say that multiple times fast. Okay. Up we go. Hopefully it won't be too long before we can get there, although we do have a level that might take a little bit of work here. It's not that hard. It doesn't feel that hard segment to segment, but it does leave lots of room for mistakes. Lots of room for mistakes to happen, rather. Okay. Nope, spin jump. Okay, up we go. And forward. Yeah, so far it feels pretty comfortable. The mistakes do feel like they're always within my control, although, of course, some of the longer falling trajectories can sometimes be a little bit difficult on my end. But yeah, you can see that there is a very comfortable drop from behind a thwomp, which was what initially signaled me to expect that here, too, I'm supposed to go from the back. Oh, hey, that would have worked out, in fact, because the thwomp would have stopped at that forward position, and I would have had enough forward momentum if I had landed on the mole to get up to it from the next bounce. So now I see how that's supposed to look when I'm not just getting ahead. I don't know if that's easier than the quick method. And Kimmy, you feel like you may have seen this level before? Yeah, this is actually based on or inspired by another level that has the stumps on thwomps concept. Of course, I've seen a number of different train levels use some variants of that, but this one is, of course, much more momentum focused. There we go. Makes this landing a lot more gentle, in fact. And then we are into part 2. And here's the train. And I see there's a cat face up there as a bit of an inspiration credit to cats. Surprisingly blind-friendly. I wouldn't say surprising. I would say it's conveniently blind-friendly. But of course I will need a little bit more momentum to accomplish that. Yet, do want a bit of a forward run. The mantra is just occasionally roll where you're allowed to go. Yeah, I should have been riding on the thwomp after the high saw blade that is going through. And of course, Mang has very appropriate emote selection mapped out for the occasion from Katz's channel. Okay. Looks like we're a little bit behind pace there. I don't think I'm supposed to fall back onto the blue platform right away, but maybe I am. It does leave me just enough room to be getting back on the blue platform twice, but it seemed like there was an implication I should be going back on a stump, but no, the stump is far ahead enough that maybe I should be using the blue platform instead. And just using the stumps as my final landing point. Let's actually watch this accurately next time. So yeah, forward, over to stumps. I don't know why I was jumping over that instead of riding it in previous attempts, but we have since corrected our ways. Yeah, I need to run forward on the blue platform, I think, in order to land on the stump. And then jump off of it when the thwomp is still carrying me with forward momentum. What I was not doing correctly was running forward towards the stump too early, but what I was going for there was you do a little bit of a run forward on top of the blue platform, and then that gives you enough momentum to make it over to the stump in time, which then gives you an additional boost for whatever comes next. Bad idea. So we'll just move forward and see. I do know that Katz's stream seems to have grown by quite a lot lately. I don't tend to make it there very often. It is, of course, a lot more precision-focused in my channel because Katz, for some reason, actually enjoys that sort of thing. But yeah, it seems like that's been quite a burgeoning maker community during certain hours of the day as well. It's been a while since I played a Katz level, in fact. I feel like I am able to make that. And that the next arrow marker is designed to kind of show me that I can, in fact, get off of the stumps pretty smoothly in that location. I, of course, want to get onto stumps right there. Yeah, pretty interesting use of the booze there to gate me off without impeding the movement of the platform. Also, of course, the use of the booze is to cat eyes up front. Beginning of this segment. Yeah, I was trying to pull back to land on that mole because it looked like I was going to way overshoot it. I wonder if it's possible, in fact, to just aim for the small mole right away. But I was definitely on course to land in the middle of the two moles that time and just was not able to pull back by far enough. Again, that's one of those instances where going off camera at the peak of the jump was definitely making me make some predictions about my position that turned out to be inaccurate. But that's okay. It seems like we're largely doing fine, and we know from the previous screen that, you know, prior to checkpoint here, that first of all I should grab onto the vines there. I actually tried to grab on it and I just missed. But we do know that as soon as I manage to get back into the main world, that should hit the goal gate. So just need to make it through the subworld segment here first, and we have seen a pretty big chunk of it now. So not terrible cause for concern. Yeah, need higher jumps off both moles in order to maintain my position. That's why both moles are necessary, because you do need to stall for time quite a bit there in order for the blue platform to properly catch up. Okay, forward we go. Yeah, you do need, once again, a run forward on the bottom platform in order to make that jump. And here we go. Get as high as possible. Get over here. Ride this out. And then I want to get on top of this guy. And here we are. Okay, now it's going to be some kind of double train. Yeah, you need to kind of swap back and forth, and then that carries you into the pipe. I understand how that is supposed to work now, so if you kind of understand what's going to happen there, that shouldn't take too long. Let's not speak too soon here. Let's get back there first after doing both mole bounces. Yeah. Really do like the readability of that whole segment. And we drop both of these guys. No, I need a little bit of a run forward on the bottom. I was not really well positioned for that. When I go from the top thwomp to bottom thwomp, I should land on the left stump. Now, one thing that is very notable to me about this segment is that there is no auto-scroll. It is a player position to camera, but all of the elements are traveling at such speed that you barely notice that, since you don't have that much control over going left or right anyway. But it's kind of interesting how continuous it feels with the previous concept, despite dropping the auto-scroll. And here we go. Theoremon, I'll catch up on what you said about Monty Mole in just a moment. Nope, I don't need to jump back down, I just need to ride that out to right side. Monty Moles have a secondary purpose of being the stationary thing you stomp on. Yeah, I don't really know if that was kind of an intended... I won't say this is an unintended behavior, but I'm saying the degree to which it's been put to use probably exceeded Nintendo's expectations. In the same way, that's the way that Munchers, for instance, fulfill this really unique role just by being one of the only things that have hard collisions, has made Munchers one of the staple items in this game in the way that they never were in the originals. I think it's simply that the functionality of so many of the different enemies selected for Mario Maker are so well differentiated that inevitably the things that make each element special and unique are bound to be exploited as much as possible. And here we go. I do think that moles, as I've been saying lately, because I've been playing a significant number of mole levels, I do think that moles are one of the most underrated items in this game. One of the most underrated elements, because they are just incredibly flexible. No. There are so many concepts that they can pull off that people are only really beginning to explore in detail. I was already kind of thinking that last week, because Theoremon, I don't know if you played Supernova's Underground Hogs, which was a huge hit in the Super Expert category earlier this week, and which we saw on this stream before it became big, because we're just fashionable that way. But yeah, that's one of the reasons that the mole discussion came up. We dropped the Thwomp a little bit too late that time. I need to hug it pretty close along the descent in order to get it to land accurately on the flimsy lift before I land on it. Okay, there we go. Hug the wall on top of the swamp. And here we go. Nope. Forward momentum was something I didn't account for enough there. I was preparing to hold right to go into the pipe, and I didn't expect that it would slip off that violently. But that's just what happens. As I said, it looks like we are near the end, and it does not feel like something that's a 0.7 in terms of clear rate, but again, that's true of many of the momentum-based concepts that, you know, you have people who get it and you have people who don't, in terms of whether they choose to engage with a mechanic or just get frustrated with not being able to harness all that speed. And, well, to the extent, Mang, that I stay ahead of the trends, it's because the quality makers know that they should be sending things over to me first, as things are primed to blow up. But yeah. No, not that we play Kingmaker here that often. I mean, if this were all about the likes, then we would be playing Supernova's recently created 10-second speedruns all day. Okay, that time I kind of overcorrected. I was trying to hang left a little bit to correct my position before getting into the pipe, and instead I just slipped out. That's a surprisingly interesting ending. It looks like just the simplest input, but it's very deceptive, because it's not often that you have to correct for that forward momentum on a platform like the Thwomp Stumps when you're doing a pipe entry input, and so timing can kill you in either direction, too fast or too slow. Whoops. And Kimmy, yes, you played Underground Hogs. And Mang, you think that I'm much better at the game than I think? Maybe so, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of stuff when it comes to technique and difficulty where I think sometimes it's very difficult to get a handle on how well you're doing when you're just surrounded by Kaizo people all over the place. And as a Twitch streamer, that's one thing that you always become conscious of, is that there are just so many of the really technically gifted Kaizo players and speedrunners and so on that when you run a stream as a player who is not in that style, you always notice all of the things that you can't actually do, and which you have to work on. And yeah, glad a lot of you folks managed to see Underground Hogs. It's really a powerful demonstration of just how much moles continue to do. My favorite mole level, of course, remains Crawl Space by Saku from last year's 4YMM. A fantastic puzzle level where if you stick it through by the end of it, you just learn the ins and outs of how the mole spawning logic actually works in this game. That's the thing, that the moles are such incredibly powerful elements, but sometimes there is a little bit of a knowledge barrier when it comes to exploiting that, when it comes to exploiting their movement mechanics, their spawning mechanics, etc. And in a given level, you only have so much time in the design to teach the player to understand what's going on in your concept, and so it's almost like moles are underexplored simply because in order to teach the player how to really harness the mechanics, that's sometimes a design challenge that a level just isn't really able to withstand. And so one of the things that worked really well about Supernova's Underground Hogs was that the moles are kind of just out of the way, like they're just part of the engine powering the concept. You don't really need to engage with them directly that much. But anyway, back to this level, which of course is also in Super Mario World Underground. The moles, of course, are there largely as objects that you can just kind of jump on, and Theorymon did make a very good observation earlier about how, you know, when you see things like a stationary Super Mario World a Goomba, or Goomba, as the case may be, now that it's been sufficiently retconned, that the way it's often used in super expert levels as a spin jump gate is something that's very unique as well. And something that distinguishes it from the moles as kind of a safety point to do things like collecting shells or just having an additional bounce that remains in place. So, specifically in Super Mario World, where the standard Goomba behavior is not available. So I think that was the point that Theorymon was getting at earlier, and on our end, that was Woomraiser, a relatively efficient clear of something that is sub 1% by Mang. So, thank you for that, and we'll get to a sub next. So, thank you once again for the GGs, and the sub next submission is going to be by Taldir, who submitted somebody else's level. Thank you for checking in. Glitch, this might be a fairly short one, hopefully, because Taldir was telling me this should be under 10 minutes. If you can't stay, Glitch, I will be on at the same time tomorrow, I hope. So yeah, Crispy Chill's Cavern is 2%. Hopefully we don't completely blow it. So, Glitch, hopefully you're able to stay. If you're not, that's fine. We'll catch the playtest of your new version next time. But we'll try to do this efficiently and just blast right through it. Yeah, that's alright, Glitch. I will see you when you're able to get in. And I know you were here right from the beginning of this stream, so it's kind of too bad that we didn't manage to get to that, but thank you for trying to submit anyway. Okay, let's actually pay attention now. Pop that. Yeah, coin trails are just sparse enough to be fairly clear. They're not dotting the whole place. And I mean, Glitch, you might just be up in a minute if we don't fail too much to some of this stuff, but that's okay. We'll be getting to Green Heroes next after this one then. Because this one so far is pretty manageable. Just that occasionally when I'm being impatient, I may make mistakes. Yeah, as you can see there, I do need to stay in the air for as long as possible because the White Skull platform feels like the slowest thing in the world after having played the level we saw just before this one. Alright then, have a good night, Glitch. And yeah. So yeah, we should remain open for some time. Usually... So we're about an hour into the stream right now, and usually I close queue at about the 2-hour mark, depending on how many submissions we have going on. And then after that, I tend to stay to clear the rest of the queue, and so usually we wind up on 4 to 5 hours, depending on how hard some things are. And sometimes we have time to reopen the queue at the end as well, so... bonus rounds do happen. Okay, we need to delay as long as possible. There we go. We were actually going a little bit too fast earlier, and that was the issue I ran into. Checkpoint 1. And, okay, doing alright. Whoops, don't want to double tap that. With the adjustment jump, I do want a single tap to take me down to the platform down low immediately, so... let's try this again. Nice to have some of these trailing coins remain out of range of the previous POW, so they still function as markers. Whoops. A little bit late on that, but I was well synchronized with the white track. Yeah, error margins here are fairly generous. The main thing, of course, is that sometimes there are some synchronizations that are very much as a result of what the player is doing, rather than something that's tightly controlled by the level, so sometimes you do get some synchronization that feels like it's not completely controlled, but... So for example, you know, it's not necessarily clear to me how long I should be staying on some platforms. But again, difficulty tuning is just right for everything to be played pretty blindly. The timing here on the snake walk has actually been excellent. Okay, up we go. And we'll grab mushroom here. Tap, tap, tap. Whoops. Wasn't watching that icicle at all. Okay, grab mushroom. Tap, tap, tap. Yeah, okay. This took me a moment to read that properly. And very nice that box to signify that location. Yeah, very blind friendly. I do like the way that things are signaled. And also I like that one-way panel there, that was an extra layer of protection. The Ajax 1138. Okay, nice little crispy chili dessert after the much longer experience we had before this one. I've played some things by Blue Yoshi before, I think, but I'm usually not trawling the top list or anything, so I don't tend to see a lot of the super popular stuff, but thank you anyway, Taldir, for sending that along. And thank you for the GGs. So, Taldir, I will not be doing more repeats of Sub Next until we have some more subs come in, just for the sake of fairness, but I think you know that already. Just from the way we usually run things around here. Once we have more subs in general, then we'll alternate between Sub and Sub Next on a... Next and Sub Next, rather, on a more reliable basis, but usually I just cash into sub privileges and hold off on repeats from there for a little while before we get through the queue. So Yep, no, just making the policy clear to everybody who is here in case there's any confusion. So here's the Crumbling Manor by God Cactus. We need to go deeper. These ruins won't last forever. Okay. Well, that's how the manor crumbles. It's going to be in the lovely 3D world Ghost House theme, with some of the best music in the Mario series. And of course, that's a very tall comparison in some ways. Very tough comparison, rather. I really love how safe this feels so far, actually. You just kind of follow the trails and hope you don't get bounced. Of course, I say that right as I get bounced. Yeah, it is kind of a nice use of scroll lock where everything is sort of initially locked in place, and then as things break through, you get a little bit of forward pressure, a little bit at a time, from the downward auto-scroll. Not too much of it, but you can also visualize where the safety platforms are going to be, because if you just kind of keep your eye trained on the ground tiles, and don't get hit by too many springs, and don't get crushed by the auto-scroll, you actually do have a very clear idea of where to go next, even before things are broken. Never jinx myself, Penguin Lord. We jinx ourselves all the time, and it's just the way that life is going to go. But thank you for the advice, regardless. So yeah, you can kind of see that once some breakage happens, that the ground tiles do seem to work fairly consistently as a safety zone, so... The spike balls seem pretty good about not bouncing on top of any locations that they've already traversed. So as long as you stay on top of them, you're generally safe. And so, while there's a lot of action on screen and a lot of motion, it's very readable if you just know what to focus on at any given time. A hammer is going to get me past here. Now, what comes out of that pipe to the right? Did I actually see? Let's stand back for a moment and watch that. Okay, I didn't see what spawned. Oh, it's Daboo, okay. Didn't really see the outline of Daboo. Looks like we need to break open this pipe, and that is going to give me something that's going to break. All that, and of course it's going to be a spike ball. Do a bit of a slide here. Looks like Daboo is mostly there to threaten damage against a hammer, so what we'll do instead is probably just drag it all the way over. Drag it all the way over. And just drop back down. So a nice little maze segment here. We'll just tap, tap, tap to keep Daboo under control. And deal with the hammer's absurd wind-up time. Or kill Daboo with the hammer. I don't think I knew that 100%, because that's the kind of thing that, you know, hammer levels are so rare that I don't tend to be asked to do that very often. I think you're probably right, and I just didn't think about that in the moment. Okay, we do need to get Spike Ball on top. And the off state is fine, I think, when it comes to... yeah, if we stand on the left, in fact, then the conveyor belt is fine. Oh, whoops. No, it's not. Possibly, I need to do some kind of deflection. No, I need to manipulate the spike ball a little bit differently. Probably with a double tap. I need double tap so we can get on top of the platform and bounce. Whoops. It's way up top. But, yeah. Oh, here we go. I'm going to lose the cat just as it busts through, so... Luckily, there's no auto-scroll pressure that's forcing me through. I can just go back and get the cat suit. Except for the mushroom platform here, preventing me from doing so. Okay, so... No cat for me. And no cat over here. However, if I do get hit again and go small, then I think... Oh no, you know what? I can just tap this. And then tap this. There we go. Much, much better. Much better than any kind of hacky solution to get ourselves out of trouble. This will obviously be another strike ball. Boomerang is going to be on the other side here, so it's going to be a bit of a grand tour of all the different things you can do in 3D World. Looks like I will need to drag the spike ball. Oh no. Yeah. I have allowed myself to follow that directionally. It doesn't matter if we take damage given that the boomerang is right ahead. Mandatory damage boosts never really feel that great, but in this case it's very clear what's going to happen. And, okay. Looks like we perhaps needed... yeah, I see. Tap this, and then it should activate a switch. There we go. Playing Martin again. Cordial Snail, if that's how you feel about anglicizing the plumber. I guess so. Now, oh yes, we just need to hit it from this side, I think. If we hit it from this side, it should in fact bounce through. I was hoping to get it through the pipe, so I could do another on-off activation on this side. Because that would be fancy. No, we can let it roll. And the spring is not going to do that job, okay. You don't know why there are random sideways springs, because that's the solution. And to me it was fairly... Oh, you know what, I could have just tossed a boomerang up here. But that's okay, we'll do it this way. Anyway, and that is actually going to be it, except it doesn't look like I can get to the top of the flag. Looks like we're just going to have Mario hop off onto the P-switch, and that's going to be a GG. Okay. Maybe win. We just check the list. As I was saying before, we're just going to go through next for next little while until and unless we have more subs show up. But anybody who's been cleared already, you are welcome to resubmit, of course, while the queue is still open if you want to stay quite some time today. And Penguin Lord, you are of course definitely here, so why won't we punch in PF6 SD2 or UF. So here's King of Bosses, re-upload, 6 clears, 3% ish. Show all the bosses who's boss at this level. Claim your crown. Yeah. I don't know if you necessarily need re-upload in the title. I mean, if you feel comfortable with that. I know that's often when people want to upload the final version, they wanted to have a permanent title that will hide the history of difficulty they had with designing it, but that's okay. If you want to make it clear to people that this is something new to look at, that's fine. Because the world will know forever that this is a re-upload. Anyway, Boom Boom's going to take flight thanks to his wings. Nice little trick here with the 3D World equivalent of the Stretch Boos, which I almost never see in 3D World style. But that is neat as a bit of a damage concept in the boss room. Of course, now we have to be a little bit more consistent given that I have taking damage already. Pom-Pom is thankfully not going to be too difficult to deal with yet. I didn't pay too much attention to the visual design of that room, I'm afraid, but looks like we just need icicles to kill the bully. I don't know if there actually is a particular damage limit on a bully in terms of... Oh, okay, it's survival timer up top. We could see that up top, in fact. Too bad about the airship theme and the way the camera bobs up and down, because that was precisely what killed me there. And... Taldir, I guess we smoked you a kipper because you were back for breakfast. Whoops.
Oh no!
Okay, let's tap this. And Mail, yeah, it's generally a good idea to just have a backup of a level anyway before you commit to an upload and get the uploaded tag on it. Generally a good habit given all the things that can happen. Oops. Particularly if you're the kind of player who likes to play around with anything glitchy. Or otherwise questionable in Nintendo's eyes. And even so, if you're just the kind of player who likes to do a lot of revision and playtesting, always good to have an identical copy that is spared any kind of upload tagging. Whoops, didn't expect to get right on top of that dry bones. Yeah, I'm looking at the decorative elements here in terms of the red and yellow color scheme that is created by the house, as well as the arrangement of red and yellow blocks on the top. And there's clearly something visual going on there where it seems like it's kind of leaking into the MTP blocks that are the columns throughout that boss room. And it looks kind of nice, but I don't know if it's supposed to represent something specific that I'm not quite getting. But anyway, spinny invisible Boom Boom is of course going to snipe us. It's supposed to be autumn trees. Okay, that's interesting. I guess that's pretty hard to render in the 3D world style. I've seen a lot of very interesting tree designs in some of the other styles, and particularly in SMP1. But yeah, 3D world, of course, hard to do imaginative forms of decoration that make elements look like totally different objects. Whereas with something like SMP1, just for that simplicity of the pixel art, you have a lot more flexibility to create very visually unique designs. I mean, I love the look of the 3D world style, but it's very difficult to make it look like anything other than Super Mario 3D World, if my meaning is clear. So I do appreciate that you are trying. Okay. And here we go. Yeah, we have to be careful with that airship camera, Bob, as we get into room number 3. Toadette will be next, Taldir. Let me just plug that in now for the next attempt, so I don't forget. So Toadette is not forgotten. And Toadette will be quite eager to step right in. Yeah, once again, it is just going to be a survival timer against a bully, because the bully deflects all kinds of damage sources, including icicles. And then after the survival timer comes in, we have to not fall into one of the pits that the bully was supposed to put you into with a nice solid push. It would be nice, of course, to get through that room without having taken a hit, so we can retain the mushroom going into Pom-Pom. I often try to make the observation that it's very difficult to use Pom-Pom in this game, because it's not like you have a lot of flexibility to design around her teleport. But I did see a really good Pom-Pom concept in one of the viewer submissions last week, and I'm trying to remember whose that was, but there was one particular level that really kind of understood how to make a pom-pom fight interesting in terms of making the arena and a teleport maneuver actually fun to engage with in a way that doesn't just feel like all the other pom-pom fights. Because I think that's the issue with pom-pom sometimes, is that our teleport is kind of limited enough that it's very difficult to differentiate one pom-pom fight from a different one, so she's only really as good as the arena she's in, and in this case, the dry bones do add a little bit of extra spice to that. Okay, let's try to bounce to boom. And yeah, Taldir I think was actually from last week, but I've been playing enough Mario Maker since that it can be hard to remember because I've been doing a lot of extra streams off the viewer level schedule. So for those of you who are generally only here for viewer levels, we've been adding a lot of additional Maker streams recently to do some more targeted showcases. So on the Monday to Tuesday slot, we've been doing puzzles. On the Thursday to Friday slot, we've been featuring specific makers that I just love showing off because they do fantastic stuff. And yeah, we're continuing to change up the programming a bit because I find that, you know, generally on Twitch you kind of have a certain number of types of viewer level experiences. I see what's going on now. Once the sides open up, I have to kill the bully, then the bully gives me the key. I understand that room. Yeah, Boom Boom seems to have a little bit of aim assistance here when it's got his wings on. Of course, once again, Boom Boom is also an element that in all styles is only really as good as his arena. And in this case, the mushroom platforms that are kind of decoratively matched by the mushroom platforms on top do add quite a lot of spice to where he's going to go and how he's going to hit you. But yeah, often on Twitch, despite the sheer amount of Mario Maker that goes on, it's very easy to just get the impression that you eventually narrow down to a pretty narrow band of different viewer experiences, and so I'm trying to bring in more content here that is comparatively unusual, which you wouldn't see in something like an endless stream. But there's just so much to this game that's sometimes, you know, even with the amount of level diversity that you see on Twitch, there are actually a lot of different level styles that fall through the cracks, and which don't really get as much airplay or attention. So, hopefully we'll be able to remedy that with time. And of course I'm very satisfied as is with the level of creativity that I see from people who submit to my channel here. So, I say this every week, but I'm always very grateful for the quality I get. Yeah. Okay, just gotta do the survival timer, and then here's the thing. Playing actual 3D World has gotten me into the habit of bouncing the bullies much further back by rolling. Because in 3D World, the rolling maneuver just knocks bullies out like crazy and just bounces them all over the place. So, Kimmy, it's too bad you can't stay. Hope we manage to catch your level at another point soon. So, thank you for coming by anyway and joining me for as long as you can. So, we'll see you soon enough. And Safety of Man, welcome. See you here. So yeah, Kimmy, you have a good day. Oops. You can duck under Boom Boom's fists. Yeah, Penguin Lord, that's a good observation. A lot of rapid movement from Boom Boom, though, in this kind of fight, so I'd rather get into a position to hit him rather than just trying to play defensively. I think it's a little... Oh, whoops. You got booed. You got booed like an endless level. Oops. There we are. That could have gone wrong very easily. Had I just been slightly out of position. And here we go. Safety of Man to stream is going great. We've been through some short levels and some long ones so far. I mean, we've been fairly early into this, so I haven't played that much yet. But yeah, in general, the streaming has been going just fine. And, okay, so now we bump the bully. Bully to bully. Yeah, no, I should lead them to the edge and then get around and flank them. Just minimize the number of bounces I need to do, so I minimize the amount of time that I need to spend dodging around the icicles. Yeah, Boom Boom has aimbot, but apparently that's not one of the glitches that Nintendo cares about. Or considers to be a glitch, because it's not like it's something that a creative maker is doing. Not like there's much engine manipulation there that Boom Boom is relying upon, so okay. Whoops, Pom Pom is going to get a toss. And here we go. And one more hit on Pom Pom, and we are through. Safety of Man. Isn't it an experience to be seeing Galaxy for the first time? It is, to this day, one of those games where, you know, I do remember where I was when I was seeing it for the first time, so to speak. It's funny because at the time that Galaxy was revealed, and you saw Mario running around those Little Prince planetoids for the first time. Of course, at the time, the first thought that occurred to people who were very avid Nintendo watchers was, oh, okay, so that's what happened to the Mario 128 demo for GameCube. Because, of course, even before Super Mario Sunshine had come out as the Mario game for GameCube, there was originally a demo of what the system could do that involved 128 Marios running around the cube. And it was really interesting to see how that foreshadowed the gravity mechanics that would come in much, much later with Galaxy, like it had finally, you know, just become a game at last. Because all the talk up to that point, even after Sunshine came out, was what on earth happened to Mario 128? And there's a lot that Galaxy opened up in terms of design that the non-Galaxy games later on kind of had to walk back, simply because they didn't have the luxury of the same planetoid concept. And one of those things, of course, is the camera control. That's, you know, Galaxy just solves so many issues with the 3D camera, and it's so noticeable when you play it right after Sunshine. Oops. But anyway, I actually haven't replayed Galaxy in HD on All-Stars yet. That's something I mean to do. Whoops, oh boy. Yeah, as you can see, the airship bob is a bit of a risk there, but I can see from the P-block columns where the extent of my safety zone is supposed to be. Okay, Boom Boom is just going to bounce around all day long. Let's position ourselves so we have plenty of distance from where boos are going to go. We'll just watch the boo stacks and die to Boom Boom, so never mind that strategy. Yeah, Safety of Man, the conceptual diversity in Galaxy is really quite something. It's sort of interesting because in Galaxy 2, if you ever do get around to that, even though it's not on current hardware, in Galaxy 2 they walk back to gravity mechanics quite a bit. That's Galaxy 2 is less centrally about gravity effects on planetoids, and there's a lot more flat platforming, but also a refinement of a lot of the ideas that are not just about gravity. yeah. I do have to replay Galaxy. I don't know if I'll do it on stream, but just getting through it again for the first time in ages is something I've been longing to do on my copy of All Stars. And yeah, it's true that the movement set is comparatively limited, partly because of the design being for the Wiimote. Oops. Especially when you're moving between a lot of 3D games quickly, you notice the differences in movesets profoundly. Like lately, when I've been switching back and forth between this game and 3D World, I've noticed that a lot with going in both directions. That there are a lot of places in 3D World where I just instinctively expect a twirl, like this kind of twirl, or indeed the campy mechanic in Odyssey as a bit of a mid-air jump correction. But then going back to this game, I always expect there to be the ground pound into high jump that is in actual 3D World. And actually, Theoremon, one of the interesting things is that, of course, Galaxy was the game where 3D Mario was handed over to the Tokyo studio, which was kind of a bit of an upstart within Nintendo at the time, and was mostly known for Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. Now, at the time that Galaxy came out, I had already played Jungle Beat on the bongo drums on the GameCube. And you really notice the ideas that are coming from Jungle Beat, like when you actually do get introduced to those games in that order, and you can see how many ideas the development team was taking from one game to the next, particularly with, you know, things like much more flexible placement of bodies of water that you can swim through, for instance. Whoops. What a hitbox in Boom Boom. What a hitbox. And it was a bet from Nintendo that I think really paid off handsomely. I mean, I'm not somebody who really enjoyed the... Like, I never found the N64 material to be quite as personally impactful as a lot of other Nintendo players did. Like, I was never as attached to either Mario 64 or Ocarina of Time. And despite recognizing how important they were to design. So it's, to me, and of course, you know, Sunshine was a game that had a bit of its rough spots as well, so to me it was very much the Tokyo team taking over 3D Mario, where 3D Mario like really began to take off for me. And I don't think I was really particularly in love with 3D Mario until Galaxy came out, so it was very much a significant game for me in that respect. And even returning it to it now, like, I can kind of see why I didn't adore 64 as much as a lot of people did at a time if they were really impressed by the 3D in particular in 1996. Okay, back to Boom Boom. I'm gonna try to actually clear this fight while we're talking Nintendo history here. Okay, whoops. Anyway, here we go. Back to Pom Pom. Yeah, still have to get past the bully. That's the main obstacle here. Notice how Pom Pom was kind of constrained to 2 spawns, depending on her deflection location and also what is obstructed by the dry bones. And there's an element of randomness there too, I think, where sometimes she spawns 2, sometimes she spawns 4. I haven't played with Pom Pom in the editor enough to really dig into the way her behavior is programmed. Same with some of the really complex enemies like Roy, for instance. Like Roy has this very complex rule set when it comes to his landing and spawning locations. And I know that some people have worked it out very systematically and written guides about it and such, but you know, even after you learn that stuff, you do need to design around it and also plan around it as a player, so... yeah. And I feel like Roy, for instance, is definitely one of those elements where the best designs are yet to come. That there's a lot that people have not done with him yet. There's a lot more to figure out. But... and I think Pom Pom is kind of in that category. There's definitely a lot of room for improvement when it comes to people designing around Pom Pom, but... okay, one more hit, and we should be fine. Let's just let the bully hug me in this location. Not so much that I get bounced up to the icicles, of course. Yeah, because sometimes you do just get too much momentum off the bully when you do get bounced. In Furymon, I'm generally of the opinion that although when Miyamoto kind of flips the proverbial tea table, as he likes to say, obviously sometimes that can lead to some controversial outcomes when he decides to have a creative intervention, which he hasn't done in a long time, actually. But I've found that Miyamoto generally is kind of on the right side of history with everything controversial that he's ever done. That I've, you know, people will complain about him having certain design principles or certain priorities when it comes to what he finds important about video games. And I find that I usually just agree with whatever it is he's doing. Because there's a lot of, in some Nintendo circles, there's a lot of backlash against certain kinds of Miyamoto interference. And anyway, let's just wait this out. I'm just going to hug this corner here until the on-off switch activates, and then I need to get to safety. And then think about bumping this guy. The ice is... not the icicles, but the ice floor itself is kind of a major impediment here. Whoa, okay. Yeah, this is tricky because the ceiling is so low on that part above the bully. I'll stay with it a little bit longer. I know I've been on this for quite some time. Yeah, I'd been thinking about long jumping him. I had been thinking, of course, previously about rolling towards him, but at the same time, I had been kind of making sure that I don't get hit with icicles. I mean, obviously, if I make it to the bully with the Super Mushroom intact, I'm in significantly better shape. Especially now that I know that I can just use the edge as a safe zone for most of the bully fight until the on-off switch is actually activated. And, yeah, Safety, I kind of agree that, the thing about NSMBU is that it is, especially when you include the Luigi content, it is, you know, the NSMB line of development in its final and most polished form. There's a lot of great stuff in there. A lot of great conceptual diversity level to level, a lot of really unique elements that you don't find anywhere else. The flip wrist, in particular, is adorable. But it's kind of true that if you just sort of follow along with the NSMB series, that it feels like a very incremental development in a way that is unusually safe for Nintendo, especially if you were just kind of used to the pace of change between all of the original Super Mario games up to Super Mario World. That each of them were very kind of mechanically and structurally unique in a way that was not really the case with the NSMB series so much. And yeah, Mel, that's actually an interesting perspective on how those fit into the series. I do think part of the problem with talking about NSMB is that NSMB 2 is just so really, really safe, actually, in that, you know, it tries to fixate on the coin idea and implement things like Coin Rush and experiment with DLC, etc., but from a sort of level design perspective, like the meat and potatoes of the level design itself, it adds almost nothing to the table. Like, no new power-ups, no new enemies, apart from golden variations of things. And so it doesn't really have an identity to call its own simply because of the lack of material that you can say comes from NSMB 2. And I remember having just a perfectly pleasant time with it, but a totally forgettable time with it. And I think it also helped, of course, that I didn't experience that whole series fatigue from, you know, trying to play that right before NSMBU, which, if you did them in release order, they really were packed way too close to each other. Like, NSMB2 was this early Constellation game for people who didn't have the Wii U. Like, now in some ways, maybe Smash for 3DS was the same position as an early release. You know, as a reduced form of the game with a few special things to call its own. Okay. We have to stop running into those guys. And yeah, Theorymon, I do recall that Nintendo was very much in Save the 3DS mode all the way up until early 2013, when they finally kind of settled into place with Fire Emblem and then Animal Crossing. And you can see that the Wii U actually suffered for that. There's a lot of stuff that was displaced about the Wii U's first year simply because Nintendo was trying to save the 3DS and keep the entire portable line afloat. Okay, Penguin Lord, I don't know how much longer I can stay on this one for now. I mean, this is such a simple series of fights, and this should not be something that's giving me this much trouble, but Bully was definitely a roadblock. And I like boss rushes. I do enjoy trying to do these as consistently as possible and without taking too much damage too early. I just don't know if I can get past a Bully in a reasonable amount of time, even with the long jump strategy, but we'll try that when we get there in a moment. No. Hesitated a little bit there. Okay. Oh wow, didn't expect Boom Boom to just kind of change directions halfway on me there. Theorymon, I have not looked at the cut levels from New Super Mario Bros. U, actually. Yeah, Theorymon, for those of you who don't know, is enough of a Mario obsessive to really know some of the cut content or some of the really obscure stuff, like, I don't know, e-reader levels or things like that. Like, just a lot of those little corners of Mario design that are often forgotten about, and actually has, as I recall, a really interesting glitch level concept from early in Maker 2 that kind of made use of that and was based on deleted levels from SMB3. Yo, Chesco4, welcome. Thank you for adding to the queue. We'll hopefully get to you soon. Depending, of course, on how much longer I wipe out against this deceptively simple series of fights. All about this arena. Very simple concept, and yet very difficult to do without taking a hit. And thank you for Wendy's Underwater Castle. Looking forward to ordering some burgers at the Underwater Wendy's. Get on top of Pom Pom. And then one more bop over here, and we'll get into the third room. Oh, the Switch port has that data. Okay, I didn't know that. I hadn't followed data mining at all, actually. So I wasn't aware of any of that, but sort of interesting that they would have that. Okay. Okay. Nope. Yeah, too much of a cooldown after you get knocked down at the end of the long jump. That's the issue. That with the long jump strategy, you have to be very confident that your point of contact is not going to put you underneath an icicle. So yeah, the icicles in that fight are definitely very difficult to manage. And thank you for the follow. And so yeah, Piochesco, we do run viewer levels on a fairly regular basis during this slot and also the same time slot tomorrow. And we've got some other content, mostly but not all Mario Maker throughout the week. The unappreciated challenge of this level is reciting Nintendo history while I work my way through the baddies. Safety event, you were not here yesterday when I was dying for an hour and a half against series of chain chomps over and over because somebody had sidetracked me with a really interesting conversation about 20th century classical composition, and so that's how yesterday's stream went, was that I was just dying to this chomp over and over because we were busy talking music all day. And it was, however, a very fun stream. Oh, we were also talking about ketchup. Because there was some kind of conversation about catch-up mechanics, and somehow that got into a discussion of the etymology of the word ketchup. But that's how the stream goes sometimes when we, you know, just kind of do things that are deceptively simple, where there's not too much more to talk about from a design perspective, but a lot to do in terms of execution, where we still need to actually kill this thing. I can see why Penguin Lord was giving me that advice earlier to just duck under Boom Boom's arms, because the spinny arms do trap me quite a bit. And yeah, Theoremon, it's going to be very interesting to see where 2D Mario goes next. I really hope we're not done with 2D Mario on the Switch, although the Switch is such a port-heavy system for people who are catching up on Nintendo after a lot of time off that it's very difficult to tell. And part of it, I think, is because if Nintendo is building their software ecosystem to be something that will carry forward more than usual, with, you know, purchases remaining valid into newer hardware revisions, I can see why they're kind of establishing that foundation with a very port-based library, but it does mean that we're starved for a lot of new stuff, you know. A lot of stuff that's often a generational expectation, like Mario Kart, of course, although 8 Deluxe is wonderful. But definitely 2D Mario. And yeah, I also expect a shake-up. I think there's a great deal of appetite, rather, for 2D Mario to finally execute on its original concept art and illustrations from the classic manual designs, especially from the SMP3 era. It's sort of interesting. I'd forgotten until I replayed 3D World recently just how many elements of that art style have in fact been replicated lately in some of the 2D artwork that is drawn for the Mario games now. That it has a sizable presence in 3D World that I didn't remember at all until I replayed it. And of course, that's there in the design of the Miiverse stamps as well. The Miiverse stamps are very much a tribute to that original Mario look and feel. But yeah, great deal of appetite for that, I think. No. Okay. Let's see if we can make this happen. Go. There we go. Baiting it over with the wall jump was a strategy all along. Checkpoint. Okay, we are far from done, it seems. So, Penguin Lord, I may not stick around for too many attempts, but if I do not finish, you are welcome to resubmit. If I have a great deal of trouble with some of those later stuff, you are welcome to resubmit, and we'll try to get through the boss rush. I do like long boss rushes, it's just that sometimes with fewer levels, it's hard to fit them in gracefully. Anyway, looks like that's going to be a key activation over there, because we have no way to nuke the Porcupuffer. And looks like this is going to be very similar to that design that we had seen in the level last week, where you break the crown. Actually, it's basically the same guy, in fact. Except this time he's blue. So yeah, kind of a nice throwback to one of your previous creations. And Taldir, you're asking me to find a similarity between all the 3D games. Or all. Let me think about that, because I'm not exactly sure what you're getting at by asking that question. Because there are a lot of things that we can think about as being the case. Whoops. That was a bad idea. Okay. That's okay. It shouldn't be too hard to get back to that position. Yeah, Safety of Man is kind of interesting, because that's very much the opposite of my experience, in that I missed out on Super Mario Land on the original Game Boy hardware. I pretty much only used my Game Boy as a Tetris and Dr. Mario machine. Wall jumps here are actually pretty useful, I think. There we go. Yeah, so Debolio was a huge difficulty spike now that I think about it, relative to everything else. And of course, yeah, we can swat the boos. Taking the advice that we're given earlier. Whoops. That's okay, we'll just... Oh, no, we need to move up on the left side in order to get back to the hammer. And yeah, I told you, you might as well give it away. I don't know what you were quite getting at with that question anyhow, so I wasn't sure I had a good solution to it. Pop this. Pop this. And I'm going to carry the spring with me to the next room in case it comes in handy. Okay, so that's going to peel the hammer, and then now the airship camera bob is going to give me all kinds of grief again, but if we stay reasonably centered, we wait for the on-off switch to activate, then we can go for the exclamation block that is the exit in the top right. So this is really just a survival challenge. Really too bad about the airship camera bob being baked into this style and kind of wrecking the maker's flexibility when it comes to anything built with that. 3 left, okay. We've got some ways to go yet then. At least we got past those checkpoints quickly, unlike everything up to the bully. Yeah, and sorry I haven't been keeping up with all the messages in chat, but it's been moving a little bit quickly for me while I Stay focused on this thing. Yeah, as long as I just stay off the spikes, then I'm comparatively safe. Okay, nice to have that power up there. 3 left though, so let's see. Oh wow, he's just going to swap me right away. And it's going to be a combo fight, just like in 3D Land, rather. 3D Land. Did we get past checkpoint 2? Let me see. Nintendo focuses so much on gameplay that nothing is for decoration. Yeah, I actually find that the way that a lot of Western games, you know, the really big budget productions, put so much emphasis on environmental art is something that I have a lot of difficulty adjusting to as somebody who's a Nintendo dominant player. That, you know, it feels like there's just a lot of stuff that is level geometry that gets in your way, and which is just a lot of visual noise where I'm always disappointed that you can't interact with stuff. And so a game like Breath of the Wild, for instance, is the very opposite of that, where, you know, generally if you can see it, you can interact with most of it. And in ways that feel very intuitive, even if you're just guessing at what the object behaviors are going to be. You know who would have been fun to see in this game is Histocrat. I don't know how Histocrat would work in 2D, but I'm sure it would be fun. Yeah, we'll do a bit of a swat down here of little Meowser. Pretty sure little Meowser is not who we want to get through the key door, but whoops. Oh yeah, we have POWs actually, but the POWs are range-based. And you know what? He's just gonna blow that up himself. That's fine. I do know that little Meowser takes 2 POW hits, and I know that because I've used that myself. But he needs to be in the ground state when we do that. And so yeah, he's only taken 1 hit so far. There we go. 1 down. Big Meowser is going to take 4 hits. And he needs to get up there first. Big Meowser actually needs a sizable amount of open space in order to get any kind of landing. And, okay, we'll just... Yeah, Catsuit is mostly there. Okay, triggering a POW from far away is actually the best idea here. We need to let everything spawn, of course. Nice idea with the POW chaining. And nice idea there, too, with that star-based finale, if we can just face the right direction on that dash panel, which we won't. Anyway, thank you very much for that level. And that's going to be a win. So thank you for that, Penguin Lord. It's quite nice. I thought the bully was kind of a bit of a roadblock. I definitely wiped to the early Boom Boom and took damage from the early Boom Boom much more than I should have, given the simplicity of the fight. I felt like the whole sequence came together quite well. It's just the bully was just a particularly fussy bit of the level, and part of it was the airship camera, which is out of your control, and part of it was me not thinking about pulling it over with a wall jump until that last successful attempt. But yeah, actually quite a good deal of variety here, given just the limitations on what you can do with the 3D World bosses, and the throwback to the on-off switch guy with the crown in your previous level was kind of a nice touch. Let me check the list. And yeah, I guess we'll just continue going down the list for now and get to Therimon. Yeah, I actually love Meowser. I know a lot of people don't, because they've seen a lot of bad levels that just use Meowser spam, but I mean, I've made very few levels in this game, and I've used Meowser in, I think, half of them. Reebox64 is raiding with a party of 46, which is something that is a kind of an uncommon inversion, I think. Reebox, I don't know how you managed to get up to 46 tonight, but I assume that's a very good sign for how you've been doing recently with your 103 speedruns in Odyssey, unless, of course, the shoutout command is going to reveal that you were in fact playing Super Mario Maker as you often do on this day, Saturday your time. So, hope the clears have been going very well over on your side and that the levels have been kind to you. We're about to see something special. And wow, 46 people coming in, so welcome one and all. We do run viewer levels regularly in this slot as well as the same time slot tomorrow. We're always happy to see our friend Ebox with an R come in to say hello. And Theorymon has said once again that for those who don't know, almost everything in this level is either a structure from the Mario Maker 1 idea book that came in with the physical packaging of the original game, or is a reference to Mario Maker 1. So I won't necessarily recognize all of the idea book ideas, but I'm sure that Theorymon will be able to give you a director's commentary in the chat. So you got a Red Falcon raid. Okay, so excellent. Hope you managed to ride that out for a good period of time. So yes, the queue is still open. It won't be open for that much longer, but right now it's rather slim, so do get your submissions in, and hopefully we won't have to cut you off too soon. So Poofman, thank you for Among Us Round 2. Let's take a look at Farewell Super Mario Maker. Other Mario Makers unlock secret tributes here. I love how Theorymon says other Mario Makers because apparently, from what he was telling me, this is future-proofed to incorporate an eventual Mario Maker 3, should it release in the next generation. I don't know how you did that, and I guess it may be a few years before I see how you did that, but we will find out. And Mr. Electrodude, thank you for committing me to yet another grind through one of the 2 hard levels that we haven't beaten from you yet. Looking forward to that. And let's tap this guy. And enjoy the Mario Maker opening music, where we get to play through the music level by jumping around on some of the note blocks down below. Oh yeah, I remember this illustration of the Thwomp Mecha. Nintendo's attempt at the Thwomp Mecha. Whoops. Having some trouble timing my way through that guy. So yeah. So, one thing that I know Theorymon was kind of telling me about in developing this level was that it's apparently surprisingly hard to find any video recordings of people who actually bothered to look at the idea book. That was a giant chomp that we just went through. Whoops, going to lose the shoe. Going to ride away through the Piranha car. But yeah, we'll just have an informal recreation of a lot of that stuff here. We bust away around all of these pixel art objects. Okay. Oh, I see. That's kind of like the giant robot thing. But yeah, so the idea was that if you opened up the idea booklet that came with the original game, oh, what's this saying? It's saying MM2. Which of course refers to Mega Man 2. If you opened up the idea booklet for Mario Maker 1 that came with the physical packaging or came as a downloadable PDF, what you could do is, we can drop below, is punch in a code that corresponded to the ideas in the booklet and then see a demo that would play out in the Wii U version. Ah yes, this is the code screen for the Mario Maker 1 secret. We will not be able to do it because we haven't actually played the equivalent level over there yet. And apparently it's actually difficult to find any video documentation of the secrets, or rather of the idea book elements that Nintendo had put in. because not a lot of people had bothered to punch in the codes with their captures running. So anyway, thank you for running commentary, Theoremon. I didn't really manage to track that while rolling through the level. And thank you for submitting that anyway. We will eventually have to look at its counterpart. And Reeboks, you are looking at it now. Yeah, it's quite an entertaining document. The PDF is pretty easy to find. I don't remember the contest for the telephone boss, although I don't think I was following that much of the Nintendo publicity at a time other than when they pushed all the promotional crossover levels that would give you the strangest amiibo costumes from Japanese game shows and like. Mail64, let's take a look at KYK. 9XG. LMG. And let me just scroll up a bit to see what else I missed in chat. And thank you, Theoremon, for the additional submission of something that we will hopefully get to. For now, though, we're going to take a look at the latest revision of the Lake's Hidden Treasure. This was a level that we had previously seen in an earlier form, where we had seen the secret boss, as well as explored some other paths along the way, but this time, you know, we'll take a bit of a different approach and see what we can do with it. So yeah, previously, yeah, I guess this is meant to be a bit of a frozen lake where the Cheep Cheeps are bouncing around along the surface. And we'll tap that, tap this guy. And yeah, this was originally one of the side paths, so the way to the secret boss, if any of you want spoilers, is way off screen here. You can see it just barely off the side, but we'll take a bit of a different path this time. I feel like we didn't really see as much of this path as we could have when I made my previous series of attempts. So, yes, I do need the Fire Flower. Okay, never mind. We lost it. That'll be it. Yeah, I guess the arrow here does kind of make it clear that the spawning pipe is also an entry pipe. Sometimes there are certain players who will see a spawning pipe and be less inclined to check it because they think it has only one main purpose. And of course, some people just kind of follow indications so aggressively that they won't even bother to check for the secret boss, which is also another thing psychologically that the arrow can do. Okay, going down to the Shipwreck here. Shipwreck is still firing cannons. But that's just how it's going to defend itself. And let's not bop that twice. Let's just get around a blooper and head on down. And yeah, it's really easy. Sorry, it was really interesting to look back at the idea book and the focus on pixel art, as Theoremon was saying, and realize that at the time, you know, Nintendo really had no idea what people were actually going to do with Mario Maker. It was very much an open question in terms of what people would find interesting about Mario Maker. And so all the contraptions that we're used to now with a lot of moving parts and all the things like memory management tricks and other things that we do at an advanced level with the game, like, it seemed like a lot of that was largely unanticipated, and that Nintendo just hadn't really imagined the future of the game as much in those terms. Because when you look at even something like the ROM hack scene, particularly as it existed before Maker 1, and I'm no expert on this, but if you kind of look at what people sort of imagined out of a custom Mario, obviously when you can just program something in with your own hack, you're not necessarily thinking about... first of all, we'll shout out the other raid too in just a moment. I'm totally going to lose my train of thought as I give Supernova a shout out for bringing in a party of 8, but we'll address that in just a moment. I totally lost my train of thought, but I was saying something about how... Yeah, even when you are working with something like ROM hacks, for instance, you can just kind of program in what you want. You're not necessarily thinking about contraptions that build interactions with an existing series of parts that are very special purpose. And that makes it a very good time to acknowledge the raid from I Am the Supernova, who is an excellent contraption builder, and also the creator of Underground Hogs, which you have seen recently at the top of Super Expert, and who has come in with a Maker 2 stream that I assume is the usual playtesting session. That side. So those of you who like having your viewer levels playtested, please give Supernova a follow. He's one of the only playtesters I know who will actually explain some of his commentary by walking through the editor and trying to, you know, build some alternatives and explore some other concepts. So yeah, we've been hit with 2 raids today. One from Reebox, one from Supernova, and it's very good to see all of you here. Because, you know, often this can be a very difficult time slot, I think, and one that doesn't fit very well with a lot of people's capacity to wait for their levels to be played. Anyway, this, of course, is a room that is meant to resemble the previous room, and is meant to be a bit of a cinematic destruction sequence, I think. And yeah, I do remember solving that bit previously. And of course, we'll just get hit with that right away, but I think we should be able to get another mushroom spawn. The shape of this fight is quite different now, I think, in this iteration, but the active P-switch would get me through here. Let me see if the P-switch reactivates, because one thing you should be aware of, Mail, is that using munchers spawning from pipes, it is possible to create a repeatable P-switch setup so that if the player decides to wait out a P-switch that is necessary to progress, the P-switch can actually remain activated because one activation creates a P-switch activation loop where you have like muncher spawns, or rather a P-switch spawns out of a pipe, constantly crash against a muncher that's on top. So there are ways to set things up such that a player can't just wait for a P-switch to expire and then die to it. Because I think I may have to die here. Yeah. So yeah, I am at the top of Super Expert Popular Nova. Well, I mean, your yogurt hose, of course, bang. That is the kind of title you earn when you decide to crank out a whole bunch of 10-second speed runs on stream at once. So those of you who want to see Supernova's craft in its finest form, definitely check out the VOD from a day ago as well, where Supernova demonstrates what he is best at. And Merlin, the queue is still open. It won't be open for much longer, but I'm really glad to see that you managed to make it in today, and hopefully you will be able to stay long enough to get played. I will be cutting off fairly soon, though, so do expect last call, and do expect a cutoff at the end of this level, perhaps even sooner. I'm gonna duck my way through, and through we go. Okay, back to the destruction sequence. And yeah, Mail64, definitely look into how the infinite P-switch works. Because that's something that you see in puzzle levels all the time, because sometimes it's necessary for progression. And it's something definitely worth checking whenever you have a segment like that requires a P-switch to progress at all. You always kind of have to account for players who will just let it expire for whatever ungodly reason. But that's okay, that's what playtesting is meant to reveal. I want to bust out the bomb blocks that are on the left side. Thank you for the follow. Such that I can tap the bricks over here. Let's not fall down to the pit. Let's blow this open though, and then... yeah, just grab another bomb, I suppose. And then blast open the pipe as our exit point. So Merlin, yes, thank you for submitting I See You. And Bonsai build for Smash, maybe as an assist trophy. The moveset is flexible enough for anything more than that. Whoops, oh, didn't see the munchers from off camera, even though I knew they were there. Okay, let's not mess up this time with the P-switch. Yeah, you do kind of spawn right in front of the bullet blasters, so I think I almost always have to grab the second mushroom to survive that properly. But we'll come through here. Dodge everything we can. Not die to fire. I didn't check that question block, did I? That's okay. And down we go. So yeah, Supernova, I hope the levels were fine over on your end. And playtesting has been going well. And up we go. Okay, so we're through here now. Let's do the same interaction with the bomb so I can get into the bottom left. Nothing up here. I always worth checking, of course, when you see locations like that. Also, no need to really do the one-way panel interaction when I can just blast the bomb blocks on this side. Just have an easy series of spawns that I don't need to worry about too much and babysit when it comes to timing. See? Much easier in some ways. There we go. And of course it's just going to kill off the scroll stop on that side. P-switch is going to kill the munchers, opening up the red pipe as soon as the thing expires. I'm of course going to quality check this thing by taking a P-switch through with me after expiry. Always expect when you... oh, I see, it's 1-ups, okay. Always expect that people are going to try to take things through with them. So, if it's not that, then what is it? That was how I came in, I was pretty sure. And... yeah, 10 coin on the right side, we missed something. Let me have the P-switch first so I can grab coins. Oh, these are not coins. These blocks stay blocked. I may have blasted my way such that I can't continue, can I? Because of the way I blew everything up over here. Unless I'm wrong. I'm wondering about this, and I think I might have broken this, but that's okay. That's what playtesting is for. I can finish still, okay. I mean, I had initially come in through here. Seem to be missing something. Because I've tried to go through... oh, you know what? I mean, it doesn't seem safe to go down. It seemed very much like a bottomless pit. Particularly with the bottoms of the semi-solid. Kind of telling me that you didn't build beyond that point. And Mang travels to the future to steal ideas from Supernova. Well, That's just kind of the thing that Mang does, I guess. Which is perhaps why so many of those ideas are forward-looking. Okay. Let me think about this, because I don't see an exit point unless I can just drop off. Or do that, but... we'll see. That wasn't quite clear to me, because I definitely got the feeling that I'd broken something. Also notice that I could have, I think, potentially gotten trapped in the P block there if I stood in that location. Yeah, I was stuck from not being able to jump up on the left, so that is something that is perhaps worth fixing. And these are the things I didn't pick up on last time because I just rushed over to the secret boss exit instead. I'm glad we picked up some of this time, so you have a sense of what to repair. Okay. There we go. And yeah, we had blown up this area with the bomb earlier because I liked using the bomb in this location to blow up the bottom left block, since I found it to be an easier reach than do it over here, so that was the issue that I had. And that's the issue that you're going to run into when everything is kind of built around hard blocks that are destructible. Interestingly enough, I think I can actually lower the blaster and see what it shoots. And again, that's the risk you take when you build everything with hard blocks. I will try to blow everything up just to make a point. Oh, I see, okay. And that's the goal. Interesting. Probably should have checked that scrolling boundary to begin with, but... anyway, thank you once again, Mail64, for that main route, I guess, of the lake's hidden treasure. I think you know that there are a couple of changes that we've exposed, so as being probable targets for revision in terms of some of the potential locking issues and the things that can happen when you give the players so much flexibility to throw bombs around everywhere. But I'm glad that playtest was helpful. And at this point, as advertised, we are going to be closing the queue. I am usually able to get through everybody, depending on how long we spend on certain levels. But oh my goodness, 8 in the queue, this is going to be a tall order. But usually I manage to run to about the 4 to 5 hour mark. And so I'll get through as many as I can. So let me just take a moment to update my stream title as well as the bot to make sure we've accurately advertised that the stream has indeed been closed. And we'll just manage this stuff in the back end very quickly, and then we'll get into the next level. So Aldera is in fact here as the next and the sub next. So let's take a quick look at what this will bring. Mario Gets Game Boy'd, version 2. So yes, this is again a submission of somebody else's level. Looking at the concept, this immediately reminds me of something that Theoremon had actually made. In fact, the Game Boy Anniversary Party, if I recall, that also used blasters to create that small aspect ratio. We had also seen that Game Boy Color or Game Boy Taller level from Lecter in the Lecter special yesterday, so lots of love for the Game Boy. And this one was made more forgiving, all the way up to a point of 30%, which is the kind of thing that becomes very popular. So let's take a look at this version of the Game Boy and how it goes. Okay, so you're going to have the blaster setup that we're not going to see yet because we're going into the subworld. So yeah, a lot of stuff that's just kind of here for setup so far. Let's follow the auto-scroll and not fool around too much. And yeah, it looks like we'll be kind of doing a platforming concept here that goes to the left because of the way the tracks are set up. Yeah, so it's kind of like playing an auto-scroller inside this game, which is neat. An auto-scroller that just happens to go right to left in the manner of the Luigi variation of SMB1 that was in NES Remix 2, if I recall. Oh, not going to reach this. And, okay, we got a mushroom only to lose it. The GBA did turn 20 this year, which is really interesting to think about. To me, the GBA really only hit its stride with the SP revision, because, I mean, each version of hardware actually kind of had its limitations, but I vividly remember just a lack of any kind of backlight on the original GBA. And, you know, never mind the lack of screen protection, but definitely the lack of a backlight. Because you'd have to have a backlight accessory and everything. But yeah, the GBA, considering how short its active lifespan really was, with the DS coming out 3 years after the GBA launched, it really has this tremendous library. I reobtained a lot of the GBA library on the Wii U, in fact, because the Wii U just works so well as a kind of Game Boy Ultra. I don't think you actually need ZR to dismount there, so I don't know what that instruction was for. And here we go. But yeah, the GBA just, you know, on a kind of basis of time efficiency, I guess, in terms of how much it got done in a short span of time, just and really a phenomenal library. Just imagine, yeah, just thinking back to just how much system-defining material there was on that thing. 2D Metroid making a big comeback, and you'd have Advance Wars, you'd have the West finally getting Fire Emblem. Not a lot of headroom here to work with when you have the Super Ball going over those donut blocks. Yeah, you would have Mario and Luigi, which has seemingly come to an end with the end of Alpha Dream as a studio. Okay, you got a miniature flag here. It's kind of interesting because, you know, you have this small aspect ratio that's within the bounds of the bullet blasters, but then you yourself as the player are absolutely huge because you retain your normal size. And I sort of remember that catching up long after release on Super Mario Land 1 and 2, that you have these wild extremes between those two games in terms of the proportion of the character art to the screen, where, you know, Super Mario Land 1, you practically play as a dot. Super Mario Land 2, and you're just incredibly chunky, like the way you are here, with not a lot of room to move around the screen. Thank you for the GGs. Let's take a look at what's next. And, oh, we forgot to clear Male 64 with a win earlier, because that's definitely not a double submission. Let me mark that properly. And Taldir, thank you for joining us for so long today. Plochesco 4. If you are still here, please check in. Or, sorry, is that Pio Chesco 4? Pio Chesco 4, yeah. I read that as an L by mistake. Okay, let's take a look at R8P. HMT 66G. Wendy's underwater castle. Immerse into the underwater castle and defeat Wendy and her Mecha Koopas. Yeah, we can do that. Very new course from this week. A boss battle with very few plays so far, and we'll just add ourselves to that pile. Okay. Nice to have the frog constrained to that location there. Now we can swim. And swim smoothly. Yeah, just going to pass through each of these gates. And yeah, it looks like the idea here will just be to move around, tap the on-off. Of course, one of the things that strikes me immediately is that the red Blastomechas do have a bit of a bomb radius on their projectiles, which can, in fact, remotely activate the on-off switches. It's funny because I came up here and I instinctively bumped this like I was using a pea balloon or something. Okay, what do we do by collecting that? It seemed like... Oh yeah, this was location-based. Look at the artwork of that guy as he comes out of the pipe. I never really paid attention to how do big mechas look when they, you know, face the camera like that, but it's actually hilarious. Look at this. Watch this. We have to see that again because that's actually just very funny looking. It's like he's breaking the fourth wall and saying, "What are you looking at?" And okay, down we go. That's going to be timing based, and of course, once again, this is just there to encourage you to step in a certain location, such that the blast is going to be accurately timed. So, nice to have that so the player doesn't have to guess. I guess we did take a hit from the massive 2x2 bomb scale blast radius there, but... Oops. It's like when Phineas looks at the camera. I assume you mean it's like... I'm trying to discern which Phineas you mean. I guess it's like Phineas and Ferb or something, which is not something I know. I will have to look that up afterwards. And... okay, through we go. Yeah. Not something I know well enough to visualize off the top of my head, but the Mecha Koopa is kind of inherently funny on its own terms anyway, so... yeah, somehow in all this time since the Mecha Koopas were patched in last April, I just had never noticed that. Maybe I just don't see them spawn out of pipes very often, at least not when they're large scale. I keep thinking instinctively that I can get on top of those, but of course when you're in water mode, which is implicitly the case in the castle theme, that is not the case. You can't just jump on anything you like. Okay, we need to stay here as the initial spawn position. That's what the guidance is for, so... and that's going to cause all kinds of trouble. Whoops. That's okay, we'll just be a little bit more careful. That should go down a little bit easier with time. Yeah, just being extra cautious with that gate. And forward we go. The on-off switch. Sure, we'll do it a risky way. And just wait for this burner. The double braids in a frog suit. Yeah, Frog Toadette is pretty adorable. It's like her diving suit, basically. It was really neat going back to 3D World again recently and just seeing all the customization that's in the various power-up designs for the playable characters. You know, where... I guess the idea of having Luigi as a fox when he's wearing the Tanuki suit is something that was already there in 3D Land, as was recently reminded, but all of the designs for putting Peach and Toad and Rosalina in the power-ups were brand new materials in Mario series, and they really did quite a lot to differentiate each of the cats in particular as having a very unique visual identity. Whoops. Okay. Silver Luigi over Gold Luigi. I actually didn't remember that, but I guess I just sort of ran through NSMB2 solo in a bit of a blur where I did hit 100% in the main game, but I never did Impossible Pack or anything like that because I never bought Impossible Pack. Impossible Pack is one of those things that I often forget about as a major Mario thing that I have not done yet. Like a significant chunk of content that is well known as a major challenge. Nice activation on the P-switch there, with the drop of the Muncher. But yeah, given the targeting guidance that you get from time to time, and reasonably satisfying to play around with the red mechas and not have too much trial and error in doing so. This one, of course, is requiring a little bit of positioning. No, it's not, because I can just bump the block directly. What am I talking about? I just hit the block with my own head. Don't know why that was apparently such a difficult thing to do. But of course, we needed some kind of P-switch activation in order to get through the 50 coin. I would assume it's the P-switch activation from the Muncher drop earlier, where the 50 coin and the power-ups are your reward for going quickly. Nice to have that even if you don't see it coming. Once again, we'll be using this block for guidance. And of course, sometimes you do need to wait for the next projectile before you can position the next one that comes out. Okay, not quite. Bomb range, of course, is just within 2 tiles. Very interesting choice on Nintendo's part to just have the 1x1 and 2x2 for the missiles just play by bomb range logic. And safety event, I've not really been keeping up on the Switch hardware revision rumors that have been floating around. Unless there's a big case for it in terms of exclusive software, I don't necessarily know that I would upgrade. Given that I don't need something like 4K resolution for either my current display or certainly not for streaming purposes, so... But having better frame performance on existing software would be wonderful. That's the main thing. It's like, you know, if you get a performance bump on existing games, great, but I don't actually need a massive resolution bump or anything like that. And so, nice to have something like that for the late adopters. I do think that the future of Nintendo hardware should carry forward as much software as possible, given how they've finally successfully discovered how to build up a credible indie library that is on the scale of parity with Steam in some ways. Not quite parity with Steam, but, you know, that's... There is now the standard expectation that indie games will land on Switch, and in the way that they were always expected to land on Steam, and it's something that, you know, you just can't roll back that kind of gain from one generation to the next. You really do have to keep that library going. Because people are just going to have such massive backlogs. So yeah, lots of issues there just getting the Muncher drop to happen from positioning the missiles. We'll just go back there, try that once again. Yocheska was giving me some advice to wait down and swim up. We'll see. I do think that often that kind of positional guidance should be as clear as possible from the level itself, and I think that, generally this is fine. I didn't, of course, pay attention to the arrows earlier, and that was the big thing that is making a difference. I'm not going to go fast enough to make it to the P-switch area. But, yeah. Nice to have that as a bonus speed challenge for sure. No, let's stand here. And we'll see positionally how this is going to go. There we go. Yeah. In general, I think positional guidance here in this level is pretty good. For something as finicky as guiding the Mecha Koopas. Missiles around everywhere. Anyway, here's the boss room. Let's finally face Wendy. Yeah, that is very true. That in some ways, that I think a lot of software for the Switch insufficiently accommodates the touchscreen. That's, there's a lot of stuff that could be bound to touch input. People playing in handheld, that software just doesn't bother to do in terms of menu screens and other control interfaces. And it's kind of a missed opportunity to really take advantage of the fact that you can have a hybrid design that allows you to do that kind of thing. We want to activate more on-off switches, obviously. One more activation will drop the Muncher onto P-switch, but it gets a little bit cornered there. P-switch activation, of course, is going to give you access to the key door. Anyway, here it is. Checkpoint right before the boss. But yeah, 4K Mario Maker, imagine just how good SMB1 is going to look in 4K. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that you can easily take for granted when it comes to the HD-ness of the Mario Maker art style, like the drop shadows on all of the objects, all the things that really make this game look like how you, in the back of your mind, remember the original styles. Even though you have visual enhancements all over the place, like the effects on exploding POWs and so on. And yeah, forgot to say farewell to Male64 a few minutes ago, but if they're still here lurking, you have a good night. Or a good day. But yeah. I mean, I'm not really playing off the kind of displays or home setup that take advantage of 4K anyway. So, not a big consideration for me. Frame rate is nice to have, though. Just in terms of more stability for demanding software. And also just, having more stable resolution even in a standard resolution, so you don't have stuff like the blurriness of Xenoblade 2 on handheld. Things like that. That's the kind of thing that could benefit from performance. I mean, Breath of the Wild was actually surprisingly rough at launch when it came to using the stasis and magnesis effects. Oops. Really shouldn't go down to the burner every time. And yeah, Theoremon says Mario Maker likes to use rose-tinted glasses for the visuals. Yep. Not only the physics, but a lot of the item interactions. It's kind of a shock now to go back to 5.3 in SMB3 and remember something that does not happen in this game, which is that you have to hijack Rebo's shoe from below, and you can never actually obtain it by bopping the Goombas from up top like you do all the time in Mario Maker. And it's the kind of thing that, that's an interaction I used to know cold. But ever since playing Mario Maker, I've kind of initially forgotten it every time. Okay, there we go. Anyway, 3 1-ups for Endless. We'll grab one of them. And we'll grab the win, so... Yeah, nicely done, Piochesco. It's a very pretty looking level in the vastly underused SMB3 Night Castle theme, which is of course a very natural fit for the frog suit, which also approximates the castle art in the original SMB3. I think as soon as the frog suit landed, one of my first thoughts was, wow, okay, people are finally going to make SMB3 Night Castle specifically a lot more usable and a lot more common, and it's kind of nice to have that blend of concepts here. It also takes advantage of the guided missiles. So thank you once again for submitting, and we will move on to whatever is next. Yeah, Supernova, I actually haven't seen the kitty level yet because Mang was warning me about it as a viewer level submission, so I will have to be impressed with that later. Ufan1991, if you would like to check in very quickly, so I can confirm that you are here and punch in your code. And in the meantime, because that was the Among Us level, right? I've had people submit me Among Us levels even back in last September, October, as it was taking off. And I actually, to this day, have not played Among Us, so I only kind of recognize things visually, but can't quite follow through on the concepts. I do not see Poof as being listed in online in the chat either, so usually when I see somebody potentially just AFK, I will bump them back one spot, but if somebody's totally gone, I will just remove. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And as Merlin was saying, that's pretty sus, so out the airlock you go. I'm not somebody who has played Among Us. I just play one on your TV. Mr. Electrodude, let's take a look at your maker code, which is going to point me back, of course, to one of the 2 remaining super hard levels that I have not cleared to this day. I find it to be a useful exercise when doing playtesting and clear checking of your own material to work with unfamiliar control schemes. That if you are a D-pad player, it is worthwhile to test with stick. And if you are a stick player, it is worthwhile to test with the D-pad, because your own discomfort with that will give you a perspective on what the experience is like for a certain class of player. Also, just to make sure the inputs all work both ways, and that includes the Joy-Cons, by the way, to accommodate people who, for whatever reason, play with the Joy-Con directional buttons. And yeah, I'm so dependent on using handheld. Although lately I've been doing a little bit more controller-based editing. But I'm so dependent on doing it with the touchscreen that I am accustomed to doing some testing with the Joy-Cons, but nothing very intensive. And yeah, Theoremon, that's exactly what it is. It's just that it's much easier to get into flow of tweaking as you go. So let's go back to this one. This is one that I have shown off many times before. Last week we returned to it for the first time in several months and actually made a surprising amount of progress. There is a practice door here that takes you over to the second segment. Wait, let's just do this again cleanly. So if we wipe out a lot on the first segment here from lack of practice, sorry. Yeah, if we wipe out a lot on the first segment here from lack of practice, I might go to do the practice segment just to see some new material. Because of the size of the queue, Electrodude, I will not necessarily be spending as long on this one as I usually do. But it is a very fun one to progress through, and it's just that sometimes I need to burn a lot of attempts at getting warmed up to, you know, do things accurately and get back to visualizing the markers. And yeah, Merlin, this is a Team Shell level, as I recall. The thing about Electrodude's excellent selection of levels, which most of you, all of you, should go play, is that most of them are not as hard. This is one of the 2 hardest ones, and which also means that this is one of the 3 remaining levels, I think, including the Cape one, that I have not actually completed on stream, because I've just played everything else at this point. But if any of you type a current, you can see Electrodude's maker code, and I highly recommend many of the creations there. Lots of really great, complicated platforming setups. I'm dropping the red shell poorly. I need to bounce first and then throw. And yeah, Therimon, I did make a note to you before, as you just reminded me, that Electrodude is a bit of a Touhou superfan. You'll see that reflected in some of those levels. No, too early. I need to bounce first, then throw. And yeah, I do remember the Cape one being admittedly a little bit rough. And Electrodude does have a lot of easier levels for sure. But eventually we'll need to surmount this challenge. It's just that sometimes I take a long time to warm up, get back into it. So Touhou is up to 18 already. Wow, that's pretty significant. They work fast. Over there in Bullet Hell. Okay, need to actually concentrate on this for a little bit. I made a very decent amount of progress quickly last week. But this will take a little bit of practice just to get my mind back up to speed, because sometimes when you switch between a lot of different styles and difficulties of levels quickly, like going between speedruns and puzzle levels, for instance, it takes a while to get your mind back up to the speed that you need to read a certain level, or back down to a certain speed. So, kind of like how every time I finish playing a speedrun, when I load up the next level, I immediately feel like rushing. In this case, I'm just not warmed up enough to really do things responsibly. Okay, there we go. Missed that one, but yeah, finally getting a hang of getting back to reading the MTP block jump markers in the correct order. Left, right. And yeah, Therimon, good luck with your procedure on Monday. I hope everything is fine over there and that the medical system has been cooperating with you. Yeah, over where I am, without giving too much away, we are actually heading back into lockdown conditions. And because apparently the medical system is very overburdened, which is unfortunately not great for people who do require some critical procedures. But yeah, I don't know, I mean, you know, with so many of you from different parts of the world, I don't know how the state of the pandemic is in terms of how it's locally being managed, but I certainly hope that most of you or your family members have been getting aboard the vaccination train. It'll be interesting what happens to the viewer dynamics on Twitch once things get back into reopening. They already did change quite a lot from last year as things opened up periodically past the initial months. But yeah. Nice to see a bit of a streaming boom in general, though, across all games. And Supernova, you never get out, yeah. I mean, you know, we're people who have just been having a blast with the pandemic playing Mario Maker, so... all of us here, I'm sure. Most of the things that I valued a lot about, you know, the cultural life of actually leaving the house suffered greatly from the pandemic. Like, a lot of things shut down in a way that in many cases won't be coming back. And so, you know, when you look at it objectively, like, the sort of impact of the pandemic has been absolutely dreadful for many of the things I used to do. But at the same time, I've actually just been having the time of my life because I've just been able to catch up on so much when it comes to video games. And yeah, Safety of Man, I'm glad that that also extends to safety of grandmother, I guess. And yeah, we've had some family members over here vaccinated as well. Not quite primed for visits yet, but it's definitely a situation, I think, where it's, you know, just one last series of storms to weather, hopefully. There's a lot of pessimism about how the medical system is going to hold up in the current waves, so we can just last long enough for immunization to kick in with a sufficient part of the population, but yeah, Merlin, I don't know. 2 million vaccinations. I'm sure you mean vaccinations, not vacations, but soon enough you'll have 2 million vacations. I don't quite know how that is per capita in the Netherlands, because I don't have a good sense of the current population of the Netherlands. That's the kind of trivia I used to know, but... no, had to save the shell for a toss there, and it's going to be a long bounce. Okay. There we go. So yeah, Electrocuted, if I can get past that shell that drops from the on-off in that particular location that I have a great deal of trouble with, that will at least recover my position from last time. I don't know if I'll get much further beyond that. But we should do what I said I would do earlier, and let's, for the sake of changing things up a bit, let's look at the practice room, because I don't remember this part at all. Okay, looks like that is going to be a shell jump off that, and then I have to get onto red shell over on the next landing location, right? Oh, no, let's go through the practice door. Just to see something a little different for a change, because otherwise my attempts through the first segment of the main room, the entrance room, will be pretty redundant with what we saw last week. Yeah, those of you in queue, I'm very clearly not any kind of Shell Kaizo player whatsoever, but we'll do what we can to, you know, learn it step by step. And yeah, I can see that the red shell is supposed to land on top of the booze over to the right. There is a lot of information to process sometimes when it comes to the way these setups are coming together. I'm not doing that shell jump very well. I feel like it's a late release every time. I am getting whacked by that shell. I was going to do the practice room on a bit of autopilot. Electrodude does need to make more levels, but the thing is, a lot of these setups are complex enough that I don't mind if he takes his time to make everything good and worthwhile and very polished, as he always does. And yeah, I'm glad that this stream serves as a very good background for people who are actively making at the same time. I feel like that's often how I like to use maker streams as a viewer as well. Just, you know, kind of have them on as something to look at out of the corner of your eye as you figure out what to do with your own mess of a creation. Okay, didn't quite make that curve over to Muncher. I was a little bit tight against it. A little bit close. Your first proper water level, let's see. Missed the block completely. Okay. Back to the practice segment. There we go. Okay, wasn't quite clear on the target my first time there. Yeah, I don't remember this segment at all, just from not really ever having seen it much, but it'll kind of be like learning a new level. Lukewarm Ocean. Ah, yes. Okay. Okay, didn't really expect the Thwomp to do that for me. I was looking at the second set of key block markers there and wondering what on earth was about to happen. Nope. Definitely have to get that down with some consistency in order to eventually string the level together when we somehow manage to make it through the first half. Oops. Okay. Wound up a little bit low that time, or just out of position, because that mole got whacked and the whole shell pickup there did not go as planned. Yeah, just need to target that a little more accurately. Still not sure how to read the two P blocks that are side by side. It did catch me by surprise when the Thwomp bumped me up to that location, so I guess it was a Buzzy Shell pickup that was along that column. Nope. Two P blocks side by side means land in the middle, yeah. It's a bit of a target area. Okay. As opposed to landing twice, you just land once. Yeah, sometimes you just have to roll the dice and positioning some of the shell jumps here. Okay. I overcorrected that time for the landing. Yeah, bounce atop the shell. That will not be a shell pickup. Land on top of the double P blocks, and then it'll be a pickup of a Buzzy Shell as I bounce up, and then it's going to be a throw. That's the thing, when you have a real density of interactions that often take place in the same column, I do need to process the order of operations. But we'll see. Yeah, I can already tell that even when I learned the first half, this shell jump here is going to be trouble. And, okay. Nope. I'll see if I can make some meaningful progress here. But until I do... I mean, I feel like I already have seen more of that post-practice segment than I had previously. That's progress in its own way. A little bit of new material for once. Okay, that still catches me by surprise every time. What's this shell doing in my hand? But yeah, I just need to trust everything that's happening there. And see, this is what happens as usual, as all of my regulars know, when I'm much more accustomed to reading the actual objects than reading the markers. I don't follow markers well at all, so there sometimes is that moment of confusion where the markers are clearly telling me to do one thing, but I don't know why I'm doing it yet, because I am more focused on the elements themselves. Yep, I do need to bounce on top there. I just completely missed that time. Didn't quite see how the Buzzy pickup was going to happen, but I think it's stacked on top of the mole at that point, so we'll see. Very complicated setup all over, so yeah, that caught me a little bit by surprise, but that was almost it. Not really being able to see the top of the Pokey means I don't quite know how that shell jump is going to work, even when I do pull it off. But anyway, we'll just stay on this for a few more minutes and I will move on from it for now, but I'm glad we got to see some new material. Or at least what seems like new material. Spike Ball magic? I mean, that's the concept of this whole level, right? Is that the thing that separates this level as a shell level is that it is substantially based on the Spike Ball acting as a continuous trigger as it rolls along the bottom layer. Or even as it is on screen, it's kind of difficult to watch as the player, of course. Because as the player, you're not really going to be focused on the bottom layer when you're trying to make every jump. But anyway, nope. Couple more attempts and we'll fail on this until I've gotten a better sense of what it is I'm doing, so. Eventually, when I put the pieces together on this level, to string it all together at once, it's going to require, I think, a more dedicated session. We can eventually do that. We can, but I have to do a lot more to understand this first. Nope, wrong way. Trying to do a bit of mid-air adjustment there for position, and that was a bad idea. Nope. I wore the helmet briefly. Nice to at least have those invisible blocks as quality control. Why something quite necessary when you do have setups where you're landing on spikes where in a damage boost state you can still escape, technically. Hence the invisible blocks as an extra layer of security. Okay. Still not quite getting that right. It is a pretty precise target. I mean, most of the other targets we have seen up to this point are one-tile targets as well. It's just that when you don't have that whole column underneath it, strangely a little bit more difficult to visualize. And Bamuga, welcome. These are indeed levels. That's one thing that can't be disputed. Okay, that's a new record. Kind of flying by the seat of my pants there in terms of understanding what would happen after I got over to Pokey, since I didn't expect a Pokey to just take care of itself like that, but I'm pretty satisfied with having at least pushed my progress to that point of dealing with the Pokey and understanding that is going to be the spiny shell that comes next. So after a few more attempts, I think I will call it for now, just to keep the queue under control. So, but I'm glad I managed to do something productive with this. Here we are. Yes. And Muga, yeah, you are always welcome to just come by and say hello. We will, of course, be back with viewer levels tomorrow and likely puzzles on Monday. I may also fit in some kind of bonus stream this week. Basically, my 3D World file has been unlocked up to World Crown, and I kind of want to record myself doing Champions Road with every character, and so I'm trying to find a day to do that. Because I do love Champions Road to death, and it'll be nice to just run it, given that after many years away from it, it's going to require a bit of dedicated practice anyway, and it is the kind of thing that I think does deserve to be memorialized on video, so if folks are interested in that, I will hopefully find a day for it, and I will update you all on the Discord. That happens. And yeah, very, very fond of Champions Road here. One of the great moments of Nintendo design. Thank you for the follow, Reese. And Supernova, oh, I guess you haven't played 3D World, have you? So yeah, perfectly reasonable to observe spoiler protection, because it is a treat to see that for the first time. Work it out on your own terms. Yeah, 3D World is one of those games that is all about the late game. I mean, the whole thing is good, but it's really the scale and ambition of a lot of the late game content, the post game content, I should say, that really completes a 3D World as an idea. So. Did I just say a few more attempts? Yeah, I guess I did. This looks like it might go somewhere. Nope, missed. Okay, pretty satisfied to stop there for now. I'm glad we got past a Pokey once. Considering that I've never really practiced this segment much at all. Much faster progress than I usually make on any kind of shell level, to be honest. So I'm not dissatisfied with having crashed out that early. We can look at a previous screen again to see just how far we have to go, which is very, very far. If you look at the second half, you can see the horizontal red bar as being the halfway point. And yeah, we're actually not too far off. I guess I was about a third of the way. No, actually really about halfway through the final segment. If I look at where the Poke Stack is. So that was practicing a quarter of the level, basically. Which is a lot better than I expected. A lot better. So we will get that someday. We will get that. And it'll be a major landmark for me, because I certainly don't think I've cleared any other shell level of that scale and intensity yet, I don't think. So we'll mark that as a remove for now. Arlen, you haven't seen Champions Road either. Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, you folks that are not that far in 3D World are in for such a treat. I'm going to have a second submission here from Duriamon. I was originally going to try to fit in an indie game this week as well. I'm holding off on that for patches. We had seen this maybe a long time ago. I don't know if we had done this. I think I actually played this probably before I ever had a capture card. So I don't mind running it quickly. Because I actually doubt that I've filmed this. Although Theoremon, I don't know if I've actually gone through all of your list so far, so... Yeah, I remember this. That's, I remember what this is supposed to recreate, rather. And I also remember afterwards seeing the footage of the thing in the cut content that it is, in fact, imitating. But I don't remember well enough to really explain what it's supposed to look like. Obviously, with the camera being player-controlled, you can have some spawning synchronization issues with the flying blocks, but we didn't displace them by too much. Okay, there we go. That ambition did not quite last. And man, yeah, Joy-Con drift is very unfortunate. I was mostly playing 3D World with Joy-Cons, but I switched back to Pro Controller partway because of drift. And the thing is, my drift is not that bad anymore because I do spray down my Joy-Cons with the electrical contact solution on a fairly regular basis. But I find that I have to keep using the Joy-Cons on a regular basis for them to stay in good condition. Because the thing that aggravates Joy-Con drift is when they are just sitting docked with the Switch and they collect dust. It's the sensitivity to dust that throws off the stick. If I'm using my Joy-Cons day to day, they can go for a long stretch with no problems. But when I leave them docked for just a few days while I'm playing with other controllers, I get into all kinds of problems and have to spray it down once again. I'm going to hijack the cloud. Let's crouch here. And just ride this out. Help me, says DeCoins. You're my only hope. Okay, mushroom. Here we are. And the cloud cheese was in the original. I mean, yeah, I mean, that's how Nintendo has always designed Lakitu. Who was, of course, an absolute terror in SMB 35. Especially when he started spawning at 3 or 4 different heights at the same time. Still thinking back to a lot of the Lakitu spam meta that was in the last special battle, given that, you know, everybody was going through World 4 for the warp. Yeah, in the end, I did not unlock everything in SMB 35. For those of you who were here for the special stream earlier this week, I was missing 8.2 and 8.4 on my file. And I did regret not playing more of the game when it was still active. Really wish it were active for longer because I really just wasn't able to play online multiplayer for much of its existence. Fireflower over there, okay. In the original level, it used the ice flower, which is still something that's very conspicuously missing, given how many ice and fire mechanics they did in fact patch in at the same time as bringing in Link, if I recall. Or just before that, perhaps. Yeah, given that there definitely is a sort of fire and ice-based interaction system that's built into Maker 2, you really do feel how missing the Ice Flower and its cousin, the Penguin Suit, really are. Whoops. I mean, to go back to the much earlier discussion about what the NSMB sub-series was adding to this series, I think the Penguin Suit really is, you know, the pinnacle of the NSMB power-ups. Fantastic piece of work all around. And yeah, most of NSMBU, including the first level, cannot be made in Mario Maker. Because it is one of those games that I think is insufficiently appreciated for how custom designed the gimmick in each level actually was. That they'd only ever really show up twice, once in the main mode, once in the Luigi U expansion. But you'd have a lot of stages that were just one-off concepts, and of course that's true of Super Mario World as well, of course, originally, that it's full of one-off concepts all over the place. Best power-up is the camera zoom? No, that's actually an interesting point. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Whoops. There are technically 2 checkpoints in this level. That's Zerimon. Sorry, I didn't quite catch up on that. Oh, in the original that you're remaking, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of structural weirdness in the NSMB series that doesn't get talked about that much. I mean, if any of you know 645, who's not a Maker streamer, but he's somebody that some of us know, who has been streaming a full retrospective of the Mario series lately, and is all the way up to just finished 3D Land last week. I'll actually put a link to his channel because it's been kind of interesting to watch that. So this fellow has been playing a full retrospective of the Mario series and was playing 3D Land off an HD emulator patch last week. And he kind of made an interesting remark about how a lot of the NSMB series, and a lot of modern Mario in general, has this very self-contained notion of power-ups having a very specific use in their own stage, rather than being designed as something to be carried forward. But at the same time, that's not true at all of something like the Mini Mushroom, because the Mini Mushroom pretty much exists to be carried forward. Look at the Fire Flower up there. Reachable with a spin jump, but I'm not going for it. Anyway, up we go. At long last. Notice the hard block right above the flag. I also played and replayed Safety of Men, NSMBU, and Tropical Freeze in close proximity. My second time doing 100%, or rather 200% in both games, was kind of back-to-back, and I mean, I appreciated them both a great deal. I love Tropical Freeze to death, but it definitely gave me a lot of appreciation for some of the, you know, very tight grid-based purity of design and NSMBU as well, that was kind of preserving that, in opposition to that, you know, real chunkiness and real kind of background art-based sense of interaction that you get in the Donkey Kong Country series on a whole. But thank you for that, dear Rimon, and you were convinced that it's the perfect Sonic game. It really is. I never did the time trial medals in Tropical Freeze myself, but the momentum mechanics are definitely set up for it to basically be what Sonic wanted to be. And Sam Wow was taken. Thank you for checking in. Thank you for your patience as well as we took our sweet time in getting to you. So Sam Wow, do you have a particular request? I'm also able to start your Super World if you would like, but if you have a specific level that you want me to take a look at, we can do that. You'd recommend a Super World. Okay, great. So for those of you new to seeing Super Worlds played here, I will treat the first level like a regular submission, and if I clear it quickly, within the first 15 minutes or so, then I will continue. And so we'll have kind of a minimum 15-minute block on the Super World, in case it consists of short or easy stages that are meant to be experienced as a cluster. So here's Super Mario Journey 1-1 by Sam Wow. I should be able to blast through this? Okay, great. Slope. Nice to have a bit of a slope check right off the start. Make sure the player knows what they're doing. Looks like I need a little bit of momentum here to get up. Nice to have a momentum check as well. Interesting what's going on with the clouds up there. It doesn't look very reachable. Let's actually check for secrets. Just going to be diligent about this. I don't think there is anything. Interestingly enough, I'm now big and I thankfully can still make that jump, so always good to do a bit of a quality check on stuff like that. Let's just keep going after every slope. We do need every slope to be a jump. Yeah. Very smooth. Yeah, this is all about the slide, like that snow level that was Ninja #1. That looks like I'm missing a Tanuki leaf for this. It's gonna be Fire Flower, okay, interesting. And yeah, when it comes to traditional levels, Sam Wow was taken. I don't mind hunting for secrets. I find that often that is something that's kind of necessary to enjoy what a traditional level is about, and which often goes underrated in Mario Maker. Because Mario Maker always has people just gunning straight for the clear, and it's often unfortunate, I think, for people who really do want traditional design to feel very authentic, because so much of traditional Mario was designed to be explorable. Okay, more slopes. More slopes. Yeah, looks like you love the SMB3 slide, but of course, originally so did Nintendo. Multiple tracks. Big bonus coin segment up top. It's kind of nice that you start this out with 3 lives. I think that's also nice to have when you're designing around a fairly easy difficulty, that you add a little bit of tension by having Nintendo's original approach to difficulty tuning, where no individual level is all that deadly, but you do need to not be too sloppy. Or you could just figure out the one-up trick in the game of your choice, and that makes everything move. Claw up there. Don't think I can reach it. Nope. Yeah, it looks like a series of claws. Let's do it. Of course we're doing it. And up top. Okay, nice to see some multiple pathways open up. And let's move on. Yep, I would like to just continue with massing bonuses. And yeah, it looks like that's going to be classic shell segment here. Okay, Tanuki Leaf. Let's look for a place to fly. Whoops. Slope is going to have a word about that, but let's see here. This doesn't really build up that much P-speed due to the slope. There we go, there we go. And that's going to be out one of the exits. I'm going to check one thing. I wanted to see what was gated by this pipe down here. And that's going to be another bonus segment. Okay, except this one is going to be one that requires the power of flight. Back when I played Super Mario World originally, I spent a lot of time in the Cape training area of Donut Plains 1. A lot of time there, just getting into the pipes over and over again so I could just zip around with the Cape. Okay, we can't leave this untouched. This has to go. There we go. Now I am complete. It does look a lot like the SMB3 levels, Therimon. And one thing you notice about SMB3, right from the start, is that, you know, with slopes being the big new thing, they really did try to get as much mileage out of the slope slide as they could out of the way early. So. That one coin almost made you angry. Well, that's why we wrapped that one up, because there was no way I was going to leave it. Looking pretty good so far. Nice to have a traditional layout from time to time, and very fast-paced Super World just to break up the pace of what we ordinarily get here. So. Third level is probably your favorite design-wise. Well, I am looking forward to it. Okay. Not sitting on top of any semi-solids here, so that's going to be a drop. Of course, it doesn't lock you if you miss. So it's kind of there as a bit of a tutorial platform, so you know what's coming. You have an alternative to get out, but you have fair warning for the obstacles that come ahead. So, nice subtle touch there. Very much the Nintendo school of attempting to train the player. Now, do we have access to a Tanuki Leaf here? Looks like we do need to loop around the right side. And, oh, nope. And take a bit of a risk in wrapping around, but I still don't have a Tanuki Leaf for this or a P-switch. I feel like I missed something already. Except, of course, we have the opportunity to go to the left, only that the Fire Flower will not be the power-up we need for that. A couple of multiple pathways. And one of the things that actually does strike me about SMB3 whenever I go back to it is the spacing. That because SMB3's original jump physics are really much floatier than average for Mario in terms of your jump taking you quite a bit longer and also feeling a lot longer because it is on the original 4:3 aspect ratio. As a result, the levels are built more spaciously and generally just wider between obstacles than you might remember or perceive, so. Anyway, I like keeping the leaf. we can even fly over to that segment there and not run into the Goomba and lose the leaf. Now let's fly above the Munchers. Whoops, nope. Took a bit of a dip there at the last minute, and that was not a great idea. This will not go. Interesting. I guess this is if you came in through the top. Then you have an opportunity to drop down and redo. Yeah, lots of stuff going on there with multiple coin paths rewarding keeping the power-ups as you go. Maintaining a power-up progression. We have room to probably get through World 1 if it is going to continue to go at the rate of difficulty that we have here, so. Super Mario Journey 1-4. Okay, down we go, and going to be a mushroom there. And of course, you have the pipe slopes in this rendition of the SMP3 style. And yeah, down we go. Looks like we were once again missing the ability to break that. Okay. As usual, you know, pipe spawns in Maker broadly are just so slow that you don't really see danger coming. I kind of want to stay on Tanuki, but that's okay. We'll take fire. Or were we even in Storm? I didn't think we were because no, that was just Super. Because otherwise I would have broken through the brick obstacle we saw much earlier, so. Alright, let's just explore. Oh no, we have the leaf. Okay. I'm gonna do the obvious thing here and just poke around. Okay, bonus room. It is true that in Mario Maker, I generally very rarely see bonus rooms. As in, bonus rooms that you get in for the activity and the rewards and then go back out the same entrance to make your exit. Let's clean this up tidily. Tidy it up. No coin left unturned. Yeah, because the incentive structures of Maker 2 just often make it difficult for people to justify building bonus rooms of any sort. You know, because coins just don't matter that much, lives don't matter. Particularly with endless capping 1-ups at 3, which is a sensible decision in some ways, but also not best fit for certain levels that want to reward you a bit more amply. And yeah, I mean, I think the trick to Super Worlds is that you really do need to find an audience that wants to play it like traditional Mario. They do have to go out of their way to do that for themselves as part of the experience they want, because Mario Maker inherently doesn't really reward much more than the clear. And yeah, it's very easy to just fall into the trap of thinking that death is the be-all and end-all of difficulty design. This is, of course, just going to ape SMP3 pretty directly by putting in the auto-scroll airship at the end. We already know we're going to fight Boom Boom at the end of this. Whoops. One of the things, of course, that surprises me about going back to Super Mario World every time is the hard skewers. No, we should have stayed above the donut blocks. That was actually fairly obvious. Okay, here we are. And what do we have here? Bomb. What can I bomb? Not much. It seems like it is mostly there to be a threat. Although we do get extra location over here. And let's see what's down to pipe. Bonus room. Snatch up for the other worlds ahead. Okay. Now what? Ah yes, checkpoints. It looks like Boom Boom is probably coming. So let's hop in there and... Oh, it's gonna be Morton, okay. There's a little subversion there. I guess it is a world boss, not a fortress boss. So... let's get back down there and... see what Morton is going to do for me today. Whoops. Mostly just avoiding the stun lock is going to solve most Morton-related problems. Avoiding the stun lock, avoiding the fire. Just a little bit of risk created on either side by those open areas. Although I noticed no scroll lock, but I guess sometimes that's just done for consistency with things like the airship theme, so... let's tag that, and that will be it for now. Yeah, my main thing about Super Worlds that I wish they had was the ability to re-enter levels. The simple ability to re-enter levels you've already cleared would have made so many non-linear or code-based or networked setups possible. You know, like Metroid-style networked puzzles with a lot of backtracking. And it would also make taking multiple paths much more available, because the difference between playing something in a super world and playing it sort of by itself as a single level is that I here don't have a convenient way of just getting back into it to try out secrets or other paths at a moment's notice. So as you said, it would encourage revisiting levels to look for secrets. Anyway, thank you very much for that, SamWow. I see that you only have 2 worlds, so hopefully next time when you catch me, we can do World 2. Let's mark that as a win. And thank you once again for submitting. Let me see the current state of the list. Only 2 left. Wonderful. And it's going to be Supernova and Merlin, so it's going to be a good way to finish on hopefully somewhat predictable schedule. But thank you once again, SamWow, for the follow. Ah, I see. So you are updating the Super World as you go. So next time it will actually kick me out. So I may have to start from the menu rather than with... because if you are updating the world as you go, it is going to kick out all of the existing players. Force a restart. So Supernova, there's a lot I haven't played. A lot I haven't played, so... let's scroll back and see what is possible. Underground Hog's continuing to work its way up in the world. Midnight Midairs I've not done yet. 0.76. Well, I mean, we did Bangs earlier today, and that was about that. Donuts. Julian's Jungle. I don't mind hard. I don't know if I would necessarily complete them all at once, but yeah, actually Supernova, maybe the hard ones we can save for a dedicated stream at some point when I can really grind through them. And maybe one of these, either raw, simple, and challenging, or Julian's Jungle is above 1%. That might be perfectly placed for what we want, in fact, so. Julian SMM, who I heard likes to stream Among Us these days. Let's take a look at some colorless green ideas. I may or may not be sleeping furiously. Oops. NSMB, of course, just having the ugliest spikes in the game. And spikes are already kind of ugly, but we'll just need to make a little better use of the available suite of technique in NSMBU in terms of all the things you can do with the advanced mechanics. I do like this idea of the single grapple point that is dangling from the tracks. Just generous enough. Looks like we just spin our way down. And then spin jump up there was probably a bad idea. I should have just done standard jump if I wanted to be careful. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I knew I slipped a little bit too much there. That was misjudged. Oops. Not sure what Julian emotes you folks are going for there, but I don't see them displayed. Okay, here we go. Yeah, poor Dodo. Okay, here we are. And there we go. Yeah, standard jump feels much safer there. And the spin jump I was impulsively doing earlier. Hey, I was about to say let's have some crisp wall jumps. Guess we have to start at the bottom and work my way up. Oh yeah, I just overshot that one this time. I should have done a little bit of a wall slide there first. I had misestimated that I would have to go off the top. Go. Very near thing that time, in terms of keeping the feet above the poison. There we go. Nice short bounce. Of course we're going for this. Okay, here we go. Yeah, nice to have these vines as landing points. I mean, sometimes with the forest theme in the NSMBU, the sort of dull, undersaturated green can really kind of blend into all the other greens, but we are, of course, going for that. Spin jump here, and up we go. Of course, we'll check that. When 1 out of 3, okay. Looks like it might be 1 per segment plus a safety coin. There will be a safety coin because we are, of course, past a checkpoint boundary. Don't know what Bowser was doing, but didn't look healthy. And yeah, Theoremon is kind of nice to have a bit of flexibility when it comes to targeting these vines with an air twirl to correct your position. So you have a target that's not unreasonably tight, it's just kind of still requiring some technique as a target, so you can correct your way there if you do overshoot or undershoot. Yeah, that's definitely an overshoot. I was considering sliding lower, but the poison level is a bit high at that point. It's possible that a spin jump is in fact a better idea, and it is. It's for height purposes. Now here we're going to have that mild escalation of having to take a risk. Okay. It's going to be a Mang bounce here on these side springs. Oh, whoops. Wasn't reading the wall accurately. Some of the artwork blending in a little bit again is not as bad as in the day forest theme in NSMBU, where the green on green is really something that gets very muddy. It's kind of too bad because the artwork in the original NSMBU is much prettier than the way that the style is rendered in Mario Maker. Mario Maker makes that game look uglier than it actually is. Because NSMBU is just full of so much artwork that was kind of designed on a per stage basis. There we go. I had to twirl a little bit just to control my camera position from time to time. It looks like we were missing one on-off activation, which is interesting. Oh, that might be something that is based on having a reset from checkpoint, I guess. I don't remember what the on-off state was previously. Oh, I see, because you take the on-off state. No, never mind. You hit the on-off switch and then you can go back to the left to figure out whatever that was. Probably a one-up. I am slightly behind on the chat. But, oh yeah, Underground Cats, I guess. You like how a mechanic you stole from a document level is now considered a Mang Bounce? I don't think I played that document level, but as I have often said, I was very late to catching up on the community content in Maker 1, but... it's just such a staple of Mang levels to do this kind of launch that I'm very familiar with that as being, you know, a technique that you develop from Mang levels, shall we say. Okay, definitely wanted to avoid a double tap on that on-off switch. Go back down. And what's this going to give me? Squirrel, which we'll miss. In Dutch, there's a saying that something like better well stolen than bad thought of, well... I was going to make some kind of remark about the history of the Dutch merchant empire, but unfortunately I have nothing clever to say about that, so... Sometimes I just have a misfire like that. It's like, okay, there's definitely some kind of witty comeback to that in here, and I just don't have it. I'm going to go as well as some of these jumps. It's okay. Electro Dude, just having you around here on the stream is a sign of the times. Don't know if we want to embarrass you too much with the story for people who were not here in the previous stream. And you wish you made this a half-screen level? I don't know about that, because as you're descending, obviously, there is the visibility issue of seeing the poison come up and down. I think that's something that's very easily resolved sometimes with just some additional visual markings. Like subtle visual markings that give you a sense of what the height is going to be. But, you know, just like a change in the ground, like using hard blocks or some other decoration to indicate the level that gets washed away by poison. I think that you do enough jumps that have to go high in terms of jumps that, you know, really change vertical positioning or have to surmount certain obstacles. That's the half-screen thing doesn't make too much sense for that. You don't want to go off-camera vertically for a level like this, I don't think. If you're mainly worried about the visibility of the poison level in a level like this, I feel like they're... Whoops. Wanted to cling on to that and I just missed. If you're worried about the visibility of the poison level as you're going up and down, I feel like, first of all, that is not that big of a problem to begin with. I don't feel like I've been out of view of that very often, and even if that is a concern, that's something that is aesthetically fixable. I think a fixed half-tile camera would have killed a lot of the jumps that are interesting in this level. When it comes to, you know, transferring between higher grapple locations and lower grapple locations. Obviously, there's a strong temptation to check this area down here that I've been checking repeatedly, even though there's nothing there. Very strong temptation to check it, actually, even if it is for something like a big golden coin. Whoops. That was just a timing issue. I did see what I was doing. Yeah, that's the only part that's felt a little bit bland so far, because it looks like an explorable location and it really isn't. Let's see. Let's let that thing bounce. And we'll just transfer our way over, left to right. Okay, don't want to bump my head against the munchers, obviously. We will, whoops, work my way back to the squirrel, and then take an upper path after that. Looks like there might be some kind of POW interaction to look forward to when it comes to that muncher stack. I could have gone for the lower vine on that jump instead of twirling around. Yeah, just go directly on the Stingus. First of all, a lot more fun, even if... Actually, that's kind of nice to have a speed path that's well-timed for going quickly. Which just barely fits. You know, for people who want to be daredevils about it. And we'll let this thing come up and down. You're going to say something you never thought you'd say. Why is McDonald's Wi-Fi so good? Yeah. Seems like Supernova just designed that to elicit a remark like that. Whoops. Oh, I'm missing that. Fairly simple thing, it's just that occasionally clinging is way off. One thing that is kind of a bad habit from playing a lot of Mario Maker is that when I go to other platformers that don't require you to hold up into a vine, things get a little bit rough. Like if you go back to DKC, for instance, where you don't in fact need to use up the gripping motion. Holding up sometimes creates all kinds of problems. I realized that when I was kind of dipping into a bit of DKC 2 last year, off stream. The other thing I do often, of course, is just hold down the dash button in other games, even when there is no dash button, and when Y is mapped to something else entirely. Anyway. Why is McDonald's Wi-Fi so good? Clearly it's privacy policy. Okay. Left we go. And here we go. Squirrel time, finally. Okay, now we have to be a little bit careful with the traversal here. That was not sufficiently careful. And I don't have a second chance at the squirrel. However, if I damage boost through... And I... Nope, I need the squirrel. And I do have one shot at a squirrel, which is not necessarily obvious if I am making it upstairs safely, but yeah, I guess damage equals death. Head up to the next segment. Kind of a nice transition towards the squirrel state, though, in terms of having that back and forth there that then gives you the material to go up. Yeah, that fall can be tricky, I think, if you don't know exactly what's coming. But it's not exactly blind necessarily, but you can imagine missing. Sure. There we are. Actually fairly comfortable. And of course that's going to be the much imitated mechanic that everybody was doing on day one. Especially people who were watching Kavik stream at the time. Everybody was doing on day one of the squirrel patch, I should say. But yeah, I saw so many of those concepts just come out of the woodwork. But, remember Kavik having a fairly big stream that day after new patch dropped, when everybody was playing around with new tech. And of course the thing that he was working on first was squirrel conveyor climbs. Just like that. Very, very popular mechanic, and I can see why, because it's just a satisfying way to do ascending on a wall that was previously not really possible. Tool set. Okay. Here we go. And it's going to be first to the left. Here. I very often forget the reset logic on these things. Yeah, a little bit tight around that corner. Fairly big oof. That's okay. Just recover. Too slow, too slow. I just failed to jump off that line. That phase when never getting to play around with new course elements, yeah. If you're just overstuffed with ideas from the existing toolset already. Whoops, too slow. You made a Kaizo technique on day one. You should have made that a level. Was it some kind of item handling, or was it something else? Despite how many levels there are that are built around demanding advanced NSMBU techniques, or new soup techniques as it were. You know, like the ground pound cancel and all kinds of twirl mechanisms and all the various things you can do in this style. I don't find a lot of those very satisfying to actually play. But I think that's because something like ground pound cancel is just a very finicky interaction to begin with. I mean, when it comes to things that become very technically demanding in this game, there are certainly some interactions that just feel a lot more fun than others. Obviously, people will kind of have their differences about that, but I definitely find that the yeah, not everything is really equally satisfying with that. Okay, you got this gaping area to the right side. You know I'm going to check it. Right? You know I'm going to check it. Terrible idea, but yeah, there we go. Okay, I'm satisfied with that. Except now we're in big trouble. SMB2 bullet minner. Oh yeah, yeah. Everybody loved that. That's one of those things that was just naturally suggested by SMB2, even if it was a little bit more advanced to pull off. One of the first levels you made was a low gravity bomb spin level. Yeah, I don't think I ever got to see that one before it was removed. Okay, up we go. And that guy bounce? Whoops. I don't know how I missed that time. And yet, Meng works quickly. And actually, Supernova, considering how rapidly Underground Hogs has taken off. From watching a little bit of the construction you were doing on stream, that came together quite quickly as well. I mean, I'm always very astonished by how fast people work in this game and how quickly people can just do their prototyping without getting lost in loops of endless testing and tweaking. I mean, it's a kind of difference in creative personality, I think, that is not just exclusive to Mario Maker by any means. You can definitely see people going through similar differences when it comes to all kinds of art forms, visual arts, literature, etc. No matter what you do, that you can be very self-conscious about your pace when it comes to craft, whether you're going too fast or too slow or anything like that. I don't think a lot of people complain about being too fast. Definitely, it's very common to have anxieties about just working so much slower than everybody else around you. Okay. Of course, we're going for the coin once again. It only makes sense. No. There we go. Thank you for that wall. And here we go. Yay, boss time. Yeah, it looks like we don't absolutely need to retain Squirrel, but it does help, and so it's nice to have a power-up just to act as a safety net for when we do stuff like that. I kind of see that it is possible to just take 2 damage boosts and hit him 3 times, but we're not going to cheese it that way, are we? We're not going to even clear it that way. That's okay. Checkpoint placement right before the boss, of course. Yeah, gotta love Iggy's little waddle here, where put him on a conveyor belt and it's like he's doing a Michael Jackson moonwalk. Whoops. And yeah, actually his little Michael Jackson moonwalk is a way of catching the player completely out of position. Okay, here we go. And we'll just let Iggy roll around. And here we are. Out of all the implementations of Koopalings, Iggy is one that It feels a little detached from how his original behavior is in the main games, although I don't remember the Iggy fights in SMB that well. I mean, obviously in Super Mario World you just push him off the boat. But yeah, they were coming up with movesets for each of the Koopalings, and you know, some of them have a very clear precedent to them. Lemmy, and most of all, Roy and Morton to some extent. But yeah, the other ones, they did have to play around a bit with giving them unique properties. That makes sense. Obviously, we'll eventually want the on-off switch activation in order to get rid of the munchers that are under the key door. I've been kind of keeping that out of the corner of my eye, looking at how the on-off interaction is going to work, but I think it's going to be entity-based. You just nuke Iggy and you have an entity release that is going to blow up the switch. And I hadn't been paying much attention up to this point as to whether the level does have entity-based setups all over the place, but one of those things is kind of invisibility there, I guess. Nope, miss. And we'll just camp until Iggy decides to come back and play. But yeah, his movement pattern is really quite deceptive. That is something that I don't know if it was original to Maker. I just don't remember some of the Iggy fights, but it was an interesting way to differentiate him just by making him look a little bit ridiculous. And yeah, it is entity based, so we are through. And of course we're going to come up here and grab that. Looks like we do. Well, I mean, we don't have to kill Yoshi. Oh, we will. Okay, that was maybe justice for trying to kill Yoshi. Instant karma, yeah. Well, better than having to wait for your slow cook karma. I have a craving for chicken korma. Okay. Abandon me in that deceptively safe-looking pit, will you? Says Yoshi. Okay, wait for the entity spawn, and okay, there we go. I don't even do that, Yoshi, and now I can't even. Oh, yes, I can. That's through this thing. And you know what? We didn't even check the key door, did we? Oh, because of key death. I got key death, and so now I actually can't check the secret door either, so. Whoops. And you can't see the slow motion setup reveal. What is the slow motion? Is the setup slow motion, or is the reveal slow motion? Yeah, we might have to go back to this one at some point to see that then. But for the time being, we're getting late enough to the stream that I do want to get onto Merlin's level, because Merlin has been really having a hard time making the stream recently, and so definitely want to fit in that selection, and that will be the last one of the day. I will not be reopening afterwards, just given time. But thank you everybody who has stuck around so far. I think everybody who is sufficiently interested knows this already, but we do in fact have some scheduling that goes on with Discord, and of course we also have a new schedule command which does not tell you so much about some of the bonus programming that we have been doing, such as puzzle streams on the Monday to Tuesday, Maker features on to Thursday to Friday, so trying to keep things interesting here. And Electro Dude, the cryo catapult level is also definitely extremely cool. Catapult goes burr. And good night, safety of man. Have a good bedtime. And we'll see you soon enough, I hope. So Merlin, let's take a look at RSR. 4YD 6SG. ICU. A scary level dedicated to Liz XP. Very high clear rate, but with a world record that seems to suggest experience with a decent amount to look at, so let's take a look at this. We've seen Merlin really stretch out to a lot of stylistic diversity recently, with many different types of levels coming in. I'm eager to see what this one's all about. Okay, Faces in the Dark. And another Face in the Dark. What is this face? It's an on-off face with arrows for eyes. Looks rather bloody, actually. Like somebody who's kind of bleeding from their gums after not having brushed their teeth in a while. Okay, climb through here. And okay, that's going to be some kind of switch activation. And oh, let's get out of the way. And that's going to do something that we can backtrack towards, I guess. Yeah, right, because swamp switching just kind of enforces the on-off state and forces you to go back in and out. Oh, scary face, apparently. Look, it's a jump scare. The other ones were chandeliers. Okay, oh, I see, I see. Yeah, the yellow ones up front. I see what you mean. Anyway, it looks like we can actually head down. Hence the down arrows that are on the eyes. Nice little visual clue there. Whoops. Go. And it's the right side pipe only. I did check the left. Okay. You know what jumping around on chandeliers actually reminds me of? It's specifically Beautiful Joe, where jumping around on chandeliers is something you do very early in the game. Sections near the beginning. Okay.
Hello.
And yeah, so Electro Dude, you were saying might save some levels for stream tonight or tomorrow. You mean to play on your own stream? Or something else? Is this a hand? I think it's somebody's hand. And it's just kind of there to grip you and, you know, or just pinch you. This little pinch point here. Ah, playing through Novus levels, I see. Hence the McDonald's Wi-Fi. Looks like I can't actually get on top of that brick here unless I... Nope. Look like it. Interesting sound effects here, by the way. Up we go. Right, because we have obtained a key. And oh, here's something that actually reminds me of that's a Blood Wiggler mansion level from 4YM. It's a very similar visual concept. This one's brighter, but it's definitely reminiscent of that one. Okay, let's see if we can get that bounce off Wigglers that come around the corner. Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. Yeah. Looks like this is just one bloody mass of an object. Like that, like that game that, I think it's called Carrion, where you just play as the monster. Play as this big blob that consumes all the NPCs. I've never actually played it or even seen much of it or thought about it. It's just that I was reminded of the concept all of a sudden. Nice little Bowser collision there. Where it looks like he's going to smack you in the face and then joke's on him. I'm trying to remember what the technique was for Blood Wiggler Supernova. There was definitely a cloud-based segment. I don't remember if that was the trick used throughout the level, though. But I'll have to think about that, because I've been playing with some cloud object generation concepts recently as well, just to see how they go. Okay, it looks like a bit of a Halloween level, except loaded at a very different time. I see you. Yeah, definitely very much an aesthetic experience. And quite a change from a lot of the platforming that Merlin normally does, but hopefully Liz XP has had a chance to enjoy that as well. And I get it, says Electrodude. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I see kind of what's going on now that I look over the overall layout and the various placements of eyes. Anyway, this level just bled all over me, so I think that's a very appropriate place to be stopping. Hey, we've got a sizable audience that was here thanks to the raids that came in from both Reebox. There is a Redox and a Reebox who show up in my stream, and they're two very different people. Redox makes 3D world speed levels with a very unique kind of marking. Reebox is the streamer who does tons of Super Mario Odyssey and other such delights. But anyway, very grateful once again to the Reebox raid earlier, followed by the Supernova raid, and that means that we have a sizable audience to take with us to whoever we're sending you to next. So I will be scanning around very briefly, but in the meantime, again, we will be back tomorrow during the same block if things go according to plan. It was very nice to see all of your contributions tonight. Thank you for all, or this morning rather. Thank you for all of the contributions, all the submissions, and we'll figure out very quickly who to pass you on to next. So, thanks for watching. Have a good night, or a good morning, or soon enough a good afternoon to all of you, and a happy Easter weekend, and we'll see you very soon. Fare thee well.